Exactly 22. Hello there, beautiful people, and welcome to session...
23.
What the fuck? 23?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, session 23 of Fathoms Below. I'm, of course, your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quest here on Twitch. And with me today, we've got, quite honestly, just fucking chaos. We have got Just Kyle, we've got Madness Diamond 2.0, we've got Lawless Aries Cosplay, That One Warlock, and we've got Salted Cove. This session 23, is pre-recorded, as we are standing in solidarity with the strike of all streamers against what's happening in Palestine. Because funnily enough, here are World Tree Quests, we don't like that shit. So, fucking don't do it, right? I am not the voice that deserves to be heard. Nobody here present is the voice that needs to be heard. If you would like to know what you can do to support, there's plenty of sources that you can go and look at. I am not well versed enough to give them. Selkie, if you have any, please do give sources that you can. Please do give those sources right now, please.
Yeah, so there have actually been a few streams that have been happening recently. There's another one happening this Saturday that I know of that are actually supporting PCRF, which is a charity that helps get aid to Palestinian children specifically. And all of these streams that I've seen thus far, including the one that I was part of on Tuesday with the lovely Madness Diamond over on Dinner in a Game, they do not go through the streamer or the organization at all. It's just directly to the charity. So you don't have to worry about a third party or anything like that. So look up some streams that are fundraising for that. Look up the charity itself. I know that one is a well-known, well-vetted source that actually does do their best to aid. The other thing you can look into is donating eSIMs. That helps keep the people of Palestine connected to what's happening in the rest of the world, which can oftentimes be life-saving if they are able to find ways to fundraise and get out of the country. So those are two resources that I personally know of, and if you look into those, you're likely to go down a rabbit hole to find others that you can support.
Well, there you fucking have it. That's certainly much more than I was able to give, and certainly much more than I knew. So thank you very much for that, Selkie. Do I have it? I'm not really going to do housekeeping on a pre-recorded session. So I'm going to move straight on from that to our recap. To my lovely players, my favourite question I ever get to ask, guys, what the fuck happened last session?
Killed things.
A very touching hug.
Mm-hmm. Very sweet, precious, lovely hug.
There was
swimmer bite.
Cuddle.
The swimmer bite reflexes.
Mm-hmm.
There is no fight or flight. There is swim or bite.
There's swimmer bite.
Swimmer bite.
That's all the recap you're getting, folks, and build what you can from that. That's it.
Honestly, go watch it. It was a funny combat. It wasn't horrifying and terrifying.
It was combat. It was.
Echo's not nightmare fuel whatsoever.
It didn't resemble the insides of a blender.
The shield makes noise. I don't think people remembered that. Shield makes noise.
The shield do the boom.
The shield do the boom.
Do the boom.
I'll have you know, I did remember 20 seconds after it was used, and you will probably see my face just go
Yeah.
in the VOD.
And I did get some unfortunate confirmation after session.
Bye. It won't be a problem until now.
It's fine.
Anyway, an actually structured version of what happened last session would be handy.
Nah.
Do you want a structured version of what happened last
Yes,
session?
let's give them a structured version, as much as it would be
Okay.
funny to let them flounder. Ah! Flounder! Way! It's the first aquatic pun of the day. Woo!
Fucking ring the bell.
As much as it would be fun to let them stew, let's give them an actual perch to go from, please.
Well, we had some combat, and did some killing. Echo turned out to be absolutely terrifying.
Felt cute. Might kill some shit later.
Yep.
What exactly did you wild shape into again?
A
gigantic gargantuan eel.
Mhm.
I wasn't gargantuan at first.
You were gargantuan.
Yeah. It didn't start
That was
there.
the word
Didn't
I
start
have.
there. It didn't. Oh, come on. Are you shitting me?
It's
Yeah,
fine.
It's not fine. Everyone keeps freezing, and I'm left here
Scotland's
by
gonna be
myself.
in the blender for the night.
It's fine. I have a new game. It's going to be when it freezes, I'm going to do a dumb face and see what shows back up.
I'm so excited.
Pre-recording.
Yeah, so it started off as, correct me if I'm wrong, huge. And then... No?
Large.
Large to
I went
gargantuan.
from large to gargantuan.
Yeah, but when you wild-shaped, the creature you wild-shaped into was already large.
Was large,
And
and I
then-
went to gargantuan.
Oh, yeah, because you can... Yeah, because you can...
Yep.
bump
Yeah,
it
double
multiple-
skip.
You can bump it
Yeah.
multiple
So I
times.
went-
That was it.
I went small to large to gargantuan. I just skipped the middle steps. We don't need them.
Who needs to be medium? But yeah, Echo went from small to gargantuan. Echo went from, I believe, 2.5 feet tall to upwards of 60 feet tall, long,
Yeah.
which was very impressive. What else happened in amongst that?
We got the attention of some people we didn't want to get the attention of. And Echo decided, I'm going to pick up these new friends in his massive mouth and carry them back through the portal that from whence we came. Upon getting there, Sorry, I had candy in my mouth. We met back up with High Priestess Shira, who told us that Malith not make it. So that's a thing. Reaver also had a very touching moment with Echo, just giving him a hug and letting them know that they're safe, which Echo was not a fan of, and bit Reaver.
No touchel.
To the point where Reaver just did not let go and just kept repeating, "You are safe," and it was sweet. It made my heart grow three sizes. Man,
Yes.
That's
That's
dangerous.
a lot of Grinch.
That's called a cardiac arrest.
It actually has another name.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
cardiac arrest is the heart stopping, not growing.
Hold on. You guys continue. I'm gonna
Really?
find this.
Really? You want to talk to me about heart shit? Really?
Yeah, I do.
Oh,
I do. Stop drinking caffeine, buddy.
Never.
Cardiomegaly. Megaly? Megaly?
Cardiomegaly.
Yeah, that's what it's called.
Yeah. But yeah, we did arrive back up where we had entered the Black Ocean from. This small little kind of one-person descent, which was made much larger, to be honest. Came flying out of there like a bat out of a fucking pinprick.
I mean, that's an analogy you could go with.
And we arrived back. Yep, High Priestess Chira did say that things are a bit far gone for Malith. It is looking pretty rough, but they should be able to help in some way. It was confirmed that you guys gave them the necklaces, and they had a little moment of mourning before they said, right, okay, we're upholding our part of the deal, let's get a move on. And they began to take you guys back to the home of the Eastern Sea Merfolk. And I believe we left off with them leaving and taking you there.
Mm-hmm.
So, we're going to open up on the journey. How's the party feeling about... Well, I mean, actually, first off, Echo, you're not in the Black Ocean anymore. How's Echo feeling about that?
Oh, I need to roll something right off the bat.
Do it.
To make this decision.
Roll for shenanigans.
So, to explain what I'm rolling real quick before I give the result, Echo can handle this one of two ways. Echo can either be a little freaked out, a little standoffish, but honestly much better since what happened with Reaver.
Yep.
Or Echo can still be much better since what happened with Reaver. But is handling it by being a little shit. That's what I am rolling for.
Okay.
I'll let you know, by the way, Selkie. I've not let Echo go. If need be to stand up and move, I'm just going to one-arm hold and keep going, carrying the sword in the other hand. You weigh nothing compared to my strength score.
Transported.
I am transcended.
So, Echo doesn't know what to do. And how Echo is handling this, being transported via Reaver, is they're throwing their voice around. They're just doing the little multifaceted giggles just everywhere. They're not saying words, they're not copying anyone's voice, nothing like that. But it makes them feel a little better.
Okay. All right. I like it.
You're welcome.
How do they react to what's happening?
Just
It's like
lean.
That.
You know the people who nervous smile and kind of like get a little like laugh? They're doing that, they just only know the creepy version.
And it just leans over to Marisol and just... We have a very strange life, don't we?
We live a blessed existence.
High five, buddy.
Okay. So Echo is just throwing their voice around. How's the rest of the party taking to the new edition?
They'll fit right in.
I was gonna say Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, you go ahead.
I was gonna say cautious still, but I think a lot of that caution has gone away to just sheer curiosity. Like, Marisol worships a being of death, and this is a creature that very much looks like it's been put together from a lot of other people's deaths. And Marisol's like, I don't know what this means for me. I don't know what this means to me. Also, that magic was wild, and I need to know how to do it.
Also, that shit is wild.
Wild.
Okay. To the rest of the party?
Luz, do you want to go?
Hold on, I'm taking notes.
No worries. Welcome to a party where all the cast members are like, hey, we want to support the other cast members. It's like, hey, have them show moments. What does that mean? Hey, what does the party think? Silence. Everyone's waiting for someone else to go first so we can bounce off them.
And then there's the note taker.
And then there's the Bible writer, praise be.
Praise be the hand that writes the Bible.
Praise be the hand that writes.
We cherish the notes. We worship the notes. All hail the notes.
We worship the notes. I worship at the altar.
I love this party so much.
I love this.
It's so
We
fun.
have one brain cell. Who has it? No one knows, but there's one brain cell.
Feather.
There is a brain cell.
It's the,
We don't know who has it, but there is one somewhere.
Yeah.
supposedly.
It's Feather.
Yeah.
It's Feather.
It's whoever has the highest intelligence score at the moment.
Feather.
It
Does-
is Feather.
So the only question I have for you on Reaver's end, does Reaver, because obviously like the focus is very much on calming Echo, taking care of him, that's Reaver's only focus. Does Reaver hear about the lack of, I'm going to call it confirmation in the we're going to get Malith okay, like the change of terms, as it were?
Reaver would be aware that Shira has said, they can probably stop him dying, but the poison being in his body for so long, there might be effects. There might be things that can't be stopped.
Okay.
But
That's still good enough for what I was thinking of.
He's still alive.
Yeah, no, it was basically the one was, you will save him, because otherwise that's a vengeance clause. Then yeah.
Otherwise, and if you didn't enact vengeance, that would be a Oathbreaker thing going
Correct.
on there.
That's why I was like, do I need to butcher these people? I don't want to, but
I don't
Gotta
want
check.
to hurt you, but I fucking will.
then yeah, it's just another crew member, like the ship that the party is starting to discover where I've come from. This is nothing new. This is just we need to calm the new crew member. They're a bit scared. That's okay. Comfort them.
Baby dear.
Okie dokie. Lewis, how's Lewis feeling about the whole situation of the new party member?
I think Luce is like beforehand. It's more so that we have somebody new who's like scared and afraid, just like all of us were at some point in our lives.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be probably an adjustment period for Echo to open up to the rest of us, because we all have kind of gone through those steps together already. So if Luce was more in the moment, she would be trying to be like very outwardly helpful with this, but she's very much still just focused on what's to come and the very much uncertainty of it. But her feelings on Echo is very much just Echo came from somewhere that was probably not great and does not want to ever go back. But seeing the reaction of not wanting us to butcher the people who were looking for Echo was kind of like strange to Luce, but Luce accepted it because Reaver accepted it.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I think she's probably she's swimming further up, like away from the group, more so with Priestess Shira and the escort following very much close on their tails as
Okay.
best as she can. I'm assuming they have a longer swim speed.
They're East Sea Merfolk, so I think they have like a fairly standard swim speed. The only ones that
Okay.
really have a higher swim speed are the West Sea, not the Grecan Ocean Merfolk.
They had a
Those mo-
ridiculous swim speed, so
Yeah,
that's why I was like, I don't know what these ones can do.
Their swim speed is 35 or 40 feet, and as a bonus action, they can basically do that tabaxi thing,
Mm-hmm.
where they just double their motor speed, but they don't provoke attacks of opportunity while they're doing it. They just
Echo's at 40.
Alrighty. Is there anything the party as a whole would like to do on their journey? Yes, Ariel.
Okay.
Question: would this journey count as a short rest?
I'll give you that. I'll give you the short rest.
Then before we start, I would like to use my last spell slot for cure wounds on my fucking self. Cause
Fair.
I'm at 24 out of 55. I'm a bleedy boy.
I'm a bleeding.
Hang on, does this get on a short rest or a long rest? Paladin nonsense.
I have all my uses of wild shape back.
Long rest. Okay.
I mean, No, not that one.
I wonder how Echo's going to react to it, but I'm going to crush all 20 of my lay on hands to just heal myself as we walk. So, like, where you've, like, bitten and, like, all the wounds that, like, happen from the creatures are just going to slowly start to heal. Not fully, but they're just going to reform.
Like, the little dents and stuff that have been bashed into parts of them that are, like, metal starts to divot out. The bit of wood that you chomped on, which had, like, teeth marks in it, the teeth marks slowly spring back.
How are
Ooh.
Reaver and Ariel, like those who took damage, how are they doing?
Give me 1 second and I'll tell you.
Cool.
It's up to Bran if they want a medicine check, because obviously Echo's not seen my kind before.
Yeah. I am
Um,
more than willing to do a medicine check.
would it be medicine is the thing.
That's
We
a good
did
question.
medicine last time.
We did medicine last time.
Yeah,
Hey.
yeah, go with medicine. Go with medicine then.
Lovin, Warlock, spell slot, get back stuff. I'm at 50 now. I'm 50.
14.
How much info you want, Bran?
So, I'd say that's fair. Like, not all the information, but at least the basics.
Okay. I've got a couple scars left, but anything that was major, done. It's gone. I fixed it.
And for Ariel?
I'm good. I mean, you see a few like cuts and bruises, but nothing too serious.
What Echo is going to do is Echo is going to pop off Healing Spirit. Which essentially you call forth a nature spirit to soothe the wounded. The intangible spirit appears in the space that is a 5-foot cube you can see within range. The spirit looks like a transparent beast or fae. Until the spell ends, whenever you or a creature you see moves into the spirit space for the first time, on a turn or starts its turn there, you can cause the spirit to restore 1d6 hit points to that creature. No action required. So, yeah. You can heal a few times too. So you can heal 5 times. So yeah.
5 times.
Yeah, I was like, how many times can you heal? 5 times, nice. So I can do a total of 5d6 worth. But oh. The spirit looks weird. Because the spirit looks a little bit like a manta ray, but featureless.
Okay.
Because Echo hasn't been able to make out the features or the intricate details on a manta ray, but they find them really neat.
Hello, Saito.
Yeah, that's why my brain immediately was like,
And we'll send that over to Ariel first. So go ahead and roll 3d6.
Oh, I definitely don't need that much.
I have to use them.
Okay.
So go ahead and roll. And then Reaver can roll the other 2d6.
already? There's the d6.
Look
Okay,
at-
so I'm full health now.
Look at
I
the
also
party
have full
helping
health.
each other.
Was anybody else taking some damage?
Yeah, was anybody else hurt?
Yeah,
You
what-
were. I didn't think Luce had been hit.
No, Lucy took a lot of damage, but it's fine.
I didn't know that.
Oh, well,
She's also probably not in your line of view if you're still with Reaver. She's like up there.
Line of Echo doesn't have
I
a line
know.
of view.
Listen, I know.
Echo.
Yeah.
My brain went Echo surround sound, but for sight, which is a weird way of phrasing that.
From the people who brought you Dolby Surround Sound, we now have Echo Vision.
Echo Vision.
Echo vision.
Cryptid view.
Cryptid view. So Echo probably would have directed some of that healing, because that was a me issue.
Yeah.
My memory issue.
I'm good for only
I'm-
1d6.
Okay.
Marisol is also going to give Luce 1 cure wounds.
So Reaver got 2d6, Ariel got 1d6, so Luce can have 2d6.
I rolled exactly a 5, so I am still at full.
Doing great.
And Luce, I healed you for 16.
Oh, then I think
Also-
that puts me at full. Hold on. Let me check.
I love having a party where most of the discussion is just them. I'm going to heal you for this. Okay, then I'll do this to heal you for that.
Literally, this entire party is everyone can heal, and then Luce hits things really fucking hard.
I'll eat your problems.
I'll just make them.
Yeah, with what Marisol gave me, it would have put me back up to full.
Nice.
So we're taken
Nice.
care of. However that looks, we're taken care of.
Yeah,
However you want to do it, everybody's fine.
Yeah.
we are very healer heavy, and I love it.
Are the guards nearby, Bran? Like, obviously, I'm going to keep you at the back
They're
because of
they're
Echo, but,
they're
like,
keeping their very kind of like loose 15-foot grouping around the high priestess. One of the guards is carrying Malith.
okay, but they're not going to be necessarily near me.
No.
Okay,
not
that's fine.
necessarily. Anything else for the party as you make your way towards? Luce, go ahead.
I insight check feather.
Yeah, you can. What are you inciting for?
This is the first time Feather's fought with us, and I want to see if there's any differences in Feather's behavior or appearance.
Okay.
But it's mostly just the way that Feather is acting, just in general, on this journey with us to where we're going. 18.
So with an 18, Feather is very subdued.
Okay.
Because he's very aware that in that fight, I'm trying to say, what would be known in character? Feather talks a lot about the benefits of being a lich, and whenever it's like, oh, so you're happy you're a lich. I'm happy I can do this. I'm happy. He never actually addresses the point of what being a lich means to him. And in that fight, when he saw Luce and when he saw Reaver and when he saw Echo being targeted, there was parts of him that, obviously as you've seen, when he casted spells, the guys dropped and it showed that very sunken in. Like, there's no rot or deterioration, but it's like very emaciated facial type. His eyes did go dark. There was a very physical show of that monster that he is. And he's very aware that that's been seen. So he seems to almost be hanging back away from the party. He's also got a kind of very far away stare, like he's there, but he's like almost like disassociated, as if he's pondering the many implications of what his actions might cause.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's about what you'd get on an 18.
Thank you.
Anything else for you, Luce?
That's it. She's
That's
just
it.
basically keeping close to that guard who was carrying Malith.
Okay. Then, as the journey reaches about maybe like the half hour to 35-minute mark, you come over this little dune on the seabed. And ahead of you is an open expanse of water, which is where you've now verged into like open ocean. However, you are close to like the drop off sandbanks that kind of dip into the open water, and you can see along this kind of open expanse just hundreds and hundreds of huge anemones drifting and swaying as if in some kind of unseen breeze. In all forms of colours, and everything from sun-kissed pinks all the way to burnt oranges. Just a field of anemones and rocky outcrops. And loads of merfolk. On top of that, in the distance of it, you can see that there are all kinds of sea creatures, everything from tropical-esque fish to mammals of the ocean, just passing through these waters. If anything, coming into the sight of this, there's a sense of stillness and calm about this entire place. Probably the biggest visible thing here is that there almost seems to be a wall at one point where the water just becomes a completely different entity. Just completely shifts. And anybody who wants to can make me a nature check on that. Echo, I'd say probably not yourself, because this ain't nothing to do with the Black Ocean.
Fucking valid. I have proficiency in nature, but even with full proficiency, that only gets me to a +3.
Would I know about this? As the topsider?
You would know enough about it that basically, because of the phenomena that this is, you'd understand it. You'd be able to go, oh, I know what's causing that.
Okay, then I got a 12.
12 from Reaver. Marisol?
I got a 6.
6 from Marisol. Ariel?
22.
22 from Ariel. Luce?
4.
Okay. So Ariel,
Yeah.
Ariel, what you're looking at is what happens when two different bodies of water with different densities and salt consistencies meet. They form a literal physical barrier, or a literal physical separation. Similar to there's two bodies of water in real life that when they meet, there's almost like a brown side and then a bluish green side to the ocean.
It's weird looking.
It's very, very
it's
strange
so
looking,
cool.
and it's because of the different consistencies of salt and other kind of silts and debris within the water, and it means that they form almost like oil and water. They just kind of sit and don't mix with each other. This is what happens here as you are right on the border of the Eastern Sea and the Damarian Ocean. The Damarian Ocean being nearly fresh water. But you guys have now reached the home of the Eastern Sea Merfolk, called the Salted Cove.
Can I see that the... Okay, so question.
Yes.
To the Salted Cove?
Salted Cove.
Can I look to the party like I'm about to see if they understand what's happening with this, but at the same time kind of pick up the vibe of the party, see how they're doing?
So that would be an insight check.
Yeah. I can do that.
So if you roll an insight check for me, buddy, and then I'll have everybody. It'll be your choice if your character is actively trying to hide their emotions. It'll be a performance check. If they're just as standard, it would just be a set DC. Unless you're Echo, at which point you look like a floating blob. So, Ariel, what did you get on the first? What did you get on this roll here?
I got a 18, and if I fail any of them, I have a D4.
Okay, so that's that's your 18, right? So everybody but Echo. Are you trying to hide your emotions? Are you trying to hide how you're feeling about this situation, or is this just standard affair?
I think it's standard affair for me. I think Marisol is kind of in awe, but confused at the same time.
Okay.
She got a 6.
Okay, so you're able to gain that information that Marisol gave there. Reaver, what about yourself?
Not necessarily standard, but has been the standard since we've got topside with Echo. Of if you don't know who Reaver is, just calmly walking, the party will know, ready to kill anything that moves even close.
Okay.
Like it's just that. Oh, okay, cool. You come into my range, die.
So I
figured.
So Reaver's not hiding that. This is his typical. He's open about how he's not trying to hide his emotional state. Is that what you're saying, Kyle?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's just more that depending on if you know what Reaver's like, because it's just a simple walking stance, but it's very much anything gets in my range that isn't. Yeah, basically, I have something to protect. Kill.
Exactly.
What about you, Luce?
For a 21,
Okay.
which is a natural 20 plus 1.
Okay, so in that case, that would be safe to say that Luce is being fairly.
This is just focused on
if I
knowledge.
the pure hawk-like focus. You can roll the D4 and see, Ariel.
Fuck. You get the 4?
I got the 4.
Awesome.
So 26.
So you would know.
Oh wait,
Luce.
no, I'm sorry, lose.
22.
18 plus 4, 22.
Yeah.
Yeah, 18 plus 4. You still get him.
That's
22.
right. I don't.
22.
So you would. What I would say on that then is, you probably know Luce well enough that their focus is masking a set level of emotions, but on a critical success, I would say you're maybe not going to get what the emotions are beneath that mask. But you know the focus is a form of masking.
Yeah.
What I need you to do now is to roll another insight and take the lowest between the two, because this is going to be for dealing with Echo.
Okay. Wait, but what about feather?
I can roll for feather. I can roll for that.
I'm getting the whole crew.
I can roll for that.
Echo, just a featureless blob of organs.
In fact, I would actually go so far as to say don't roll for Echo. Featureless blob of emotions plus new to the party. Yeah.
Yep.
You ain't unlocking
I will
that
say,
path.
Yeah. No.
there is one thing I could give. You won't be able to understand it as of yet. But so Echo is essentially a mood ring. What the colors mean? Good fucking luck at this point, but I can give you
It's
a
cool
color.
though. It's cool.
Currently, the color is an orange that's leaning a little bit brown. Enjoy.
So, like, vermilion.
Hold on, let me.
Or like a
burgundy.
Burnt umber?
like a rust.
Everyone has said a different color.
I love this so much.
Color theory is a fucking trip, yo.
Yeah.
There it is.
You're looking at an amber. At a
Okay.
darker
okay.
amber.
Which means, for those that don't understand, don't go, but be ready to move.
Yeah.
Alright, cool.
I gotta use my graphics degree for something.
I'll make
feather
a
looking.
I'll make a colored list.
That's me with zoology. anytime I can create a messed up monster, I got to use my zoology degree for something.
Well, it's part of my degree. It's just like, yeah. What do the colors mean? Oh.
So, on Feather's side of things, Feather is not doing good at hiding how he's feeling whatsoever. Feather's gone through it. He's done something that he doesn't often do, which is he's allowed that side to manifest itself, and he's dealing with that. He's dealing with that.
Okay.
His body language doesn't give much away, but his position of like he's swimming at the back of the group.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's allowed himself to fall a good 15-20 feet behind.
Okay. And seeing that, I'm going to first explain the phenomenon that is happening with the two oceans to Marisol.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Kind of cool, but kind of weird. They're just gonna make eye contact with Luce and just.
She's not looking at you. She's not like. Her
Yeah,
eyes are nowhere on anyone in the party right now.
Focused on Malith, I take it.
Yep. I'll give you, since you did that check, and you got high enough to notice it. She has not dropped the sickle. Like, it's on her hip. Because the way that she's set up is that she has her shield on her left arm, and Tooth is on her left side, and the sickle stays on her right side. And she basically, like, every couple of feet of swimming, she spins the sickle and puts it back and holds it to her side. She spins it and she puts it on her side. It's like kind of like doing this, basically.
Okay.
Where she's messing with it.
Okay.
But it's not anything like combative.
Yeah, it's kind of like a fidget toy.
Not even that. It's more like thinking. I guess is what anybody in the party would be able to like know that as, because you've traveled with her for long enough. It just depends on which side she's doing it on. But that's something that you would pick up because you got above the DC of her thing. So.
And Ariel, as party starts moving, Ariel's gonna migrate to the back and just kind of like nudge Luce a little bit and just not say anything, just give her a quick smile. And I'm gonna drift back and hang with Feather.
Feather doesn't acknowledge you. He doesn't say anything. He doesn't even change his swim speed. It's almost like he has no reaction or no perception of your presence.
I'm gonna do the same thing with Lucius.
As you nudge him, it's like he snaps out of something and like jerks away and is like, sorry.
Don't apologize. Got nothing to apologize for. Oh, yes, Kyle.
I don't want to intrude on this point. I just need to check something for like what Reaver would know versus player.
Yeah.
As if Ariel's going past me because the wreckborn body is fucking weird, the head is just gonna rotate and follow.
Okay.
I love it.
And then the only question is, with him not hiding it, will I recognize that Feather's in a passive insight?
Easily.
Cool.
You're
then
gonna
I
know this
will
one.
leave
You're
that
gonna
for
know this
later.
one.
Yeah, I will pick up on that later.
Yeah. We'll pick up on that one there because that's a whole length of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all I needed. By all means, continue. I just wanted to be like, oh, if Ava's past me, why hedge follow?
Feather is going to kind of, as you kind of suddenly say, he's got nothing to apologize for. He doesn't really acknowledge that. He doesn't say doesn't agree, doesn't disagree, anything like that. But he will turn to you, and he's going to say, "What happened back there?" That can't be allowed to happen again.
And why is that? From my perspective, you defended your crew. What's wrong with that?
Nothing from a mortal aspect.
Yeah, well, from a mortal aspect, saying sorry means you've done something wrong and you want to make up for it. You didn't do anything wrong. You defended your friends and kept them safe. It's nothing to apologize for.
I can hear them. I can hear their souls flit around inside that necklace. I can hear the torment that they're under while they're stuck inside that necklace. And there's not a part of me that doesn't enjoy it. And he doesn't say this with any form of like malice or any form of like show of enjoyment. It's very
matter of fact.
I'm talking about this as if I'm discussing the weather.
And who's to say that's wrong? Ma'am, leave the microphone away alone.
Because Ariel, it is wrong. It is.
That those who threaten the people you care about are getting what they deserve? What's real question? Real question. What's
that? No one deserves what happens when your soul is ripped from your body and stored away to be used as someone's, let's say, ammunition.
I don't know. I can think of a few people who deserve much more than that. Just because things seem bad from an outside perspective doesn't mean you have to feel guilty about it. You did what you did, and no one's gonna fault you for that.
No, Ariel. No. That's the thing. That's the thing. I don't feel guilty. I understand that their existence had to come to an end. I understand that. But there was ways I could do that would not put them in the torment they're in just now. And I chose against that. I made the calculated and logical choice to subject people who, by the way, just so you are aware, one of them his last thought was of who's going to provide for his family. That was his final thought. Another one of them, he didn't get a final thought. He didn't experience a last moment before he was subjected to the inside of my phylactery, which, I don't know if you're aware of this, but when you become a lich and you create a phylactery, the inside of that phylactery becomes as empty and as vacant as your body. So there's nothing in there. And I don't mean there's nothing as in there is like a blank emptiness. No, I mean there's literally nothing. There is a devoid emptiness. There's no sound. There's no nothing. All you're left with is your own psyche, which at the point is currently reeling from the fact of accepting their own mortal coil has come to an end. That doesn't get better. That stays. There's a reason why people don't get resurrected when their soul has been inside of a phylactery, because it would be cruel. And I did that to one person who arguably deserved it, another person who was doing what was available.
So what are you going to do about it? It's happened. There's no changing it. I can't change it. I don't know if you can change it. But how are you going to make it better? Make it worth it? That's the question you need to ask yourself. I don't give a shit if you enjoyed it. Because obviously you feel guilty about it. The question you need to ask yourself is, how are you going to make that worth it?
What's your passive perception?
My passive 13.
Never mind.
None of you let me stew on my mistakes or my feeling bads about stuff like this, so I'm not going to let you do the same.
I've got a lot to think about.
Sure you do. You have company if you want it. You've told me this before. Or something along the lines. You might be going through stuff, but you don't have to go through it alone. I got your back, buddy.
I'm gonna go and check on a quick something. But thanks.
Anytime.
And he's gonna swim off towards Reaver. Reaver, as he approaches you, he's just going to come and he's literally just going to go to take the necklace. You're muted, buddy.
Yep. I've just realised that one. I was like, what side of me? Left or right?
Whatever side the necklace is on.
Okay.
Let's go right.
Okay. I'm going to do something I never thought I'd do. I'm going to let go of the greatsword and I'm going to grab his hand
Okay.
right at the wrist.
You grab his hand and he'll just look very, very casually up to you and say, "Am I no longer allowed to take my own property, Captain?"
Head. Because I don't have the hand because I'm holding Echo.
Right?
That's why I was like, fuck, how am I going to stop this? So yeah,
So what is it you're doing?
I'm saying head. I'm trying to pursue telepathy.
Okay.
Because I don't want to say it out loud.
He'll use the telepathy to open up that telepathic connection and say,
Also, would Marisol be able to see this sort of awkward exchange happening between them?
probably.
Would I then be able to go over and take Echo and be like, let's go touch some anemones. You've never seen those before.
I love that. It's the idea of two parents getting into an argument and just be like, "Let's go watch Bluey."
Basically, yeah.
Echo, do you allow yourself to be taken?
I was just here like, oh, this might not be a good idea.
I'm not letting go.
Okay. What is actually happening? Just so I'm aware of the situation that's actually transpiring.
You're currently being held by Reaver.
Yes.
On Reaver's other side, he's dropped his sword and grabbed Feather's hand as Feathers went to take his necklace, his phylactery, back. Then Reavers said, like, head, meaning talk to me in my head. And Marisol has read the room and went, this is awkward, and come over to be like, Echo, let's go touch some anemones.
Okay, on that front, what is Marisol actually physically doing?
I don't think it's gonna be a like just grip and take sort of thing. Because it just feels like a bad idea to do to anyone that can't see you coming, or anyone at all. So I think Marisol's just gonna like gently tap Echo on the back and sort of like just whisper, "Do you want to go check out all the anemones with me? They're very cool."
As Echo's tapped, they change from that amber color to a shade of carmine. That's more so. It's a shade of red. For a moment, before it sort of dips back down into that amber. And it's a moment, and the giggling that has been kind of a consistent thing, I need to say, does die down. And Echo's like, yeah, sure.
Okay.
And we'll agree, and we'll kind of slip themselves away from Reaver.
Okay.
To allow Reaver.
If they want to go, then yep, let them go. No worries.
Then, as Echo leaves, it goes back to Feather and Reaver. Feather opens up the telepathic communication with you and says, just looking to do some introspective analysis.
I was going to do this conversation later. What's up?
Permission to speak freely, Captain?
You always have that permission, Celia.
What isn't up? It's the same stupid question that's asked to every single one of us every time our ship made any form of bank. It's just the usual shit. That's it.
Then why are you requesting to take what I understand to be your only safety away from me? Why are you taking away my ability to keep you alive and safe?
Let's understand one thing. I'm perfectly capable of keeping myself alive and safe. I did that for a good few 100 years before I met you.
You got shot by one little bolt of eldritch energy, and we lost you for a week.
Well, I was in an exceptionally deteriorated state, pinned to a wall, and had access to no magic.
Know how it works. But what you've told me is, if I keep this thing on me, you'll never leave. I'll always be able to keep you alive and safe. Give me a reason to let it go.
Okay? Because it's mine, and if you don't, I'll take it. And I do not want to take it. You're my friend, Archie. You are. But there are some things that I just can't share. I will have it for an hour. I will return it back to you.
If I don't see you in an hour, I'm hunting you down.
If you don't see me in an hour, you'll never see me again.
Oh, I don't like that answer. Oh. Ew.
What's he gonna do?
Are you going to let him kneel down?
If he wants to kneel, he can kneel.
He's going to pick up the sword.
Okay.
Swear to me you're going to return, brother.
I give you my word I'm going to return.
Then yeah. And then he'll like let go of your hand to let you take it.
Takes the necklace and he swims back to the back of the group where he was, wordlessly, doesn't say a thing. But when he swims off, the necklace glints a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
With the very, very notable aura of necromancy, like necromantic magic being channeled.
Do I recognize when the telepathy is broken?
Yeah.
Okay, so then if it gets broken before I finish saying it, the sentence I'll say as they're going is, "You're the last brother I have left. I don't want to lose it."
It gets cut off fairly soon. Like the moment his hand touches the necklace, it's dropped.
Then it'd be said aloud.
There's no show in his physicality that the words had any effect. The party is now on the outskirts of the Salted Cove.
Mm-hmm.
As Fela swims off to the back of the party, High Priestess Chira is going to turn to her guards, tell them where to take Malith, and then turn to you all. And she's going to speak very quickly, very plainly. And she says, "It will be at least a couple of hours that we will need to have with him. You are free to wander among the cove, but be warned. The anemones are touchy. And their touch is not always pleasant.
Where's Marisol and Echo?
I believe you guys were off to go look at some anemones, right?
Yeah, in turn, I'm just holding Echo above one of them, just like stop dead, like.
Echo's like reaching down, like, hey, gimme. If you guys are that close, the anemones do react to your presence. Like, they almost begin to reach up.
I want to touch him.
Got enough hit points to fuck around and find out, buddy?
I have plenty of hit points to fuck around and find out.
Go for it.
You are literally with a cleric, so I guess.
Echo 2'5", also Echo a druid. Fuck you.
What are you gonna do to me that hasn't already been done? Let's go!
We're gonna try to hug an enemy.
9th level shocking grasp.
What are you gonna do to me that hasn't already been done?
Hug you again.
9th level shocking grasp Do it. Hug. Oh, please no.
Oh God.
Oh my god, what is this?
So-
Affection.
Basically,
Gross,
you
terrible.
guys
Do
are
it
being
again.
given the free reign to move around this place, explore it.
I am touching that anemone. I need to be incredibly clear.
Okay, cool. Go roll and touch it. Roll me a I believe it'd be a Constitution saving throw. But Echo for yourself with advantage.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, what'd you get? Oh, what'd you get?
I got a 10 and 11.
10 and 11. Is that the total?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So on an 11, you reach out and you touch the anemone. And you will take... You will take 6 poison damage. But it doesn't come as like, ah, shit, that is painful. It comes as more of like an uncomfortable buzz. As if the anemone is reacting not out of... As if the anemone is reacting to it as soon as you touch it. It's going, oh, what the fuck are you? And the anemone recoils from you. Echo, can you do me a favour, please?
What's up?
Could you roll me a D100?
I can do that.
Oh dear God.
I also
no.
want to point something out about this interaction, how Echo's reacting. So how Echo was responding to like human threats has been with a lot of fear, a lot of anxiety.
Mm-hmm.
How Echo has just taken being injured by an anemone is they've kind of recoiled as well, but they don't show. There's no fear.
Mm-hmm.
They're not anxious. They're not afraid. They turn, funny enough, they turn a shade of coral. That's the color that they're emitting at that point. But yes, I will happily roll the D100.
Oh, that's fucking great. Oh, that's fucking phenomenal. Depending on what this D100 roll is, it's going to be so much better. What did you get?
I got a 22.
22. On a 22, nothing.
It turned a shade of what?
Coral.
Teal?
Coral.
Coral.
So all of them have very specific shades. Because I'm that bitch. But
Because I'm that bitch.
so nothing happens.
Nothing happens. Not with a 22, I'm afraid.
Echo's gonna like start getting closer to the anemone again. Like they're both trying to feel each other out. Like
Why is
hello?
Echo
What are
the
you?
person that 100% does this a number of times and goes, I wonder what happens if I lick it?
Yes,
You're like
that
the
is
dead
Echo.
spider.
It's
Dead.
Echo's got the things in the mouth.
Yep, Echo. Echo's
about
the
to
Steve
tentacle
Irwin.
Are you about to tentacle off with the anemone?
Echo just wants to get to know it.
Okay.
I guess the question I'm going to ask here is, Echo, while having that kind of period of exploration within this new place, is this what Echo's going to be doing?
Yeah, I'm gonna be.
Okay.
Yeah, Echo's trying to insight and make friends with an anemone.
Make me two other con saves.
Okay. They want to know. Okay. Okay.
Me?
I wanna
Okay.
know about this strange
That's a 19 and a 22.
Hey.
On both of them with advantage.
Both with advantage, 19
Okay.
and 22.
So on those ones, you're going to take no damage. It's less of pain this time, and just more of like a, you know, like that electric shock you get where it doesn't feel like a shock, it feels more like a really solid vibration.
Mm-hmm.
Like that. It feels more like a buzz against your skin. Now can you roll me a D100 twice?
I can do
these will
that.
be the last times that I ask you to do this. From this particular stimuli.
So that is a 77,
Mm-hmm.
and that's a 77 and a 99.
A 99. Okay.
Holy shit.
So the second time you touch it, nothing. The 99, you touch it, and there is the. You almost have to question whether you're actually hearing it, or whether it's coming from somewhere else. You hear a voice, a fairly androgynous voice, but not your voice. Say, "Careful, sweetie."
Echo flashes a few different colors. So, when Echo doesn't get like the pain that comes with it, at first Echo goes gold, and then it's that coral again, and then it's the carmine, and then it finally settles on amber, and it's freeze. Hello?
No reaction. Nothing. Nobody there. No new voice. No new words. Nothing.
I am still here. Are you talking to me?
Did you talk to me?
No.
That was the cat. Did you talk to me, the cat?
It was Pumpkin.
No.
That was so cute. The anemones can talk. And upon this,
Oh.
would this would anemones be a speak with plants or speak with animals? Because I have both. I just don't know which one to fire off. Because they are technically both.
Yeah.
Google, we
Excuse
need
me
you.
while I ignore all people
Anemones
here and decide to
and-
speak with an anemone.
Anemones,
Yeah.
despite having traits of both, are technically an animal.
Perfect. Perfect. I'm gonna... Don't mind me. Gonna be ritual casting Speak with Animals to talk with this anemone. Feel
Okay.
free to other people please do things.
What I'll do is I'll
I'm in
move
my
to somebody
corner.
else and let them do that, and then I'll cycle back round, okay?
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
as you're doing this, Chira's going to turn to you guys and say, I will find you once I am finished. Okay? Okay. And they just swim off towards this large aquamarine, almost crystalline structure in the center of this. Ariel.
I was just going to ask, as she's swimming away, Priestess? High Priestess Shira, if it's not too much trouble, I'd like to offer my assistance if it can be helped. If it'd do any good.
The practices of what we're about to do are carefully held secrets.
Understandable. I didn't mean to intrude.
You didn't. She nods again, turns and starts to swim off. So, while Echo is off licking anemones,
fucking a damn thing.
Marisol, you're with Echo, but is there anything that you would like to do for your own notes of exploration within this place, or are you just babysitting?
I heard the anemone can talk, and I'm just like, all right, well.
Selkie, don't you make that face. It's 100% babysitting, and you know it.
I'll eat you too.
I'm the DM, motherfucker. I do the eating. I don't get eaten.
I said
Selkie does
what
not
I
care.
said.
Selkie does not care. We have a ritual on DAG where we're going to play in-person Operation with our GM, so...
I get his spleen.
Yeah. So,
whoever gets my heart is getting the bum end of the deal.
Oh, that's your wife.
See, I'm about to say, it's either your wife or it's Kyle.
She'd rather have my kidney. They sell for more.
I'm going for his liver.
No.
That might not be useful either.
That thing's only useful as a paperweight.
Yeah, no, exactly. It's a trophy.
Marisol, is there anything that you'd be wanting to do for your own exploration here?
I mean, honestly, going around towns has oftentimes led us to trouble, aka cursed armor dragon turtle we didn't pay. So I think I am going to stay here and help facilitate this conversation with an anemone.
Okay, so you are going to be aiding Echo in talking to an anemone. Cool, no worries.
Yeah.
Reaver, Ariel, Luce. You've been told that you have, free reign of the pardon me, you've had free reign of the cove. What would you like to is there anything you would like to explore?
Loose?
I don't think I have anything on my end that I would like to explore. I don't think there's anything she would be conscious enough to want to explore, but I will have her go to Reaver.
Okay.
And because there was kind of just like she just was standing there and watching them take Malith, and it's the internal thing of like, do I ask if I can go? Then hears Ariel and Priestess Chira have that conversation of like, oh, but I can help. And Chira's like, it's very safeguarded secrecy. I'll come get you whenever we can, whenever you would be of use. So she knows that's immediately off the table of her going with them. So she kind of just like deflates a little bit and actually hooks the sickle back on the holster that she has on her side and just swims over to Reaver and comes up on his left side and just like is there. And without even looking at him, she's just looking at nothing at this point. Just says, do you want to kill time by doing like a bonding exercise or something, Captain?
Luce, I got a question.
I might have an answer. Is this your question that I have to answer honestly or not at all?
This is an Archie question.
All right. Do we need to... Is there anybody around us? Can I do a perception check?
I don't think there's anybody around you.
Do you want privacy for that Archie question?
I'm staring at... I'm assuming Feather continued leaving for the hour, and I'm just watching Feather this entire time.
Yeah, so as Feather's left, he's he hasn't gone far. He's only went back to where he was at the back of your little pod, and he's just now kind of sitting on the seabed, holding this necklace and doing, I guess, oogie boogie magic
shit?
things. Yeah, he's doing necromancy shit.
Yeah.
Like the necklace is actively glowing with that necromantic aura as he's obviously channeling some kind of magic.
Captain? Raver.
If I called to abandon all missions and go after Celia, would you do it?
Why?
Please answer the question.
If it's just you and I doing it, easily. That's yours. That's your family. As partially alive as it still is in front of you, I think you and I share that, and you'd rather something bad's going to happen, you'd rather it happen in front of you, so you can do something about it and quit. Let's not have questions left over from it. But I think I might follow you and or Celia anywhere if it was appropriate and if I could physically. And if I couldn't physically, then you know what, I'll probably find a damn way to do it anyways. I'm real stubborn that way. That's what Daddy used to say, I think. My question becomes why?
We'll see. And I'm just going to put the arm around the shoulder, just like it's like an embracing hug.
You're real touchy now. I don't know if I like this.
Well, you can like this part. You get your fucking wish.
What wish am I getting?
You can call me Archie.
Oh, I don't know if I want that right now. Why am I getting that?
Because you wanted a bonding exercise, so there's one. Now, what did you have in mind?
I don't know. That's why I was coming to you. Did he tell you what I told him to tell you? I'm guessing no.
If I had eyebrows on this helmet, just the slow craning creak of the helmet grinding on the ship, like body parts, is like no.
Next mission, get Reaper eyebrows.
And Luce just kind of just leans into Reaver. And once again, like, rolls shoulders and just deflates and doesn't want to put on, like, the facade because her and Reaver have been together for so long at this point that it's just not worth it to try to put that wall up or that masquerade up right now. I didn't have a good reaction towards seeing those weapons that thing looking for Echo held. That's orichalcum, but they're different and I want them.
Done.
Also, on top of that too, remember how I promised I would get you King Atlan's sword? It's supposed to be some mystical weapon.
Yep. Still waiting.
I know.
No, I'm keeping track of it.
I know who might have it.
Oh.
My daddy. If he's still around, or if he might still, be kicking somewhere, or if he might be buried somewhere unless somebody took it from him. Seems like it might have been in the family at some point for some kind of reason. I don't know why he had it. I don't know why he has it. I don't know if it's an heirloom. I didn't even make the connection that was the thing that I remember him dancing with as a kid. Which is why I do what I do. But it's one and the same. So you'll get it probably a little bit easier than I thought. Instead of it being grave robbing and or archaeology, the gray area between what designates one or the other is debatable through most scholarly exports. But I don't really care either way. I don't usually find bodies in the shit that I'm looking at. But so I'll make good on that promise. And you get to have a piece of my family.
What's eating at you?
I want those weapons. I want those orichalcum weapons. I don't know why, but I want them.
Rules of engagement. We need to understand more about Echo. Echo's one of us. They were terrified. That's why we backed off.
I know. Is this another Thresher situation, do you think?
No. I think it's worse.
Well,
At least Thresher called Ariel a brother. And he's just going to gently, tap on your neck.
Mm-hmm.
Echo was a tool.
Well, that
Your
makes it
property.
That makes it real interesting, then. Because it seemed like whoever that was also had some stuff done to them, similar to our Echo, but not quite.
We'll carve them up once we get the go-ahead. We need to know more.
You'll carve them up. I'll make you do that all fine and dandy on your own without my help. You beat the fucking tides out of them. I basically just make it so nobody else gets hit, and I take whatever hits you don't, catch in the crossfire before they try to skitter away. That's how we work. That's how we fight.
That still counts as we, though. You're the shield. I'm the blade.
Exactly, and you do that fucking fucky magic shit. So, all y'all do. I don't. I just hit shit, and sometimes it hits back.
Speaking of hitting things,
Yeah?
Marisol? How many are you going for?
What does that even mean? I didn't hit Marisol. Well, okay. Marisol almost got caught in the crossfire of my shield. That was not my fault.
Luce, not that kind.
What?
Are you... Right, okay. As your friend,
Your friend?
you are putting
Since
your
when?
tentacle into... I'm going to turn you around and headbutt you.
I'm gonna fucking headbutt him back.
Yeah.
Okay. Sweet. Awesome.
Yeah.
Let's do this.
Yeah.
Siblings.
Are you listening now?
Yeah, I've been listening the entire time.
Not you.
Oh, right.
Me.
Right, okay, you're both turning the headbutt on each other. One of you is made of substantially harder stuff than the other one. Do we count Reaver's head as a head or as a club?
I think as a club. I think we count Reaver's head as a...
Okay, cool. Both of you roll to hit. Actually, do you know what? No, don't. Luce, what's your strength modifier?
My strength modifier is a +2.
Okay, Reaver, you're going to take 2 points of bludgeoning damage. Reaver, what's the damage dice for a club? Is that a D6?
Yes.
Club is D4. I'll double check.
Nope, D6, because I use a club attack whenever I do shield bash. It's a D6.
Wonderful.
Roll a D6 and add your strength modifier, Reaver.
Okay.
Roll for concussion.
Let me ask you a very dumb question. Does it count as a great weapon because it's my body?
No.
Cool. Then it's 4.
Okay. Luce, you will take 4 points of bludgeoning
Gotcha.
damage. As you both react synchronistically. I don't even know if that's a word, but fuck it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes, it is a word.
Synchronistically, as soon as Reaver's head jerks back, Luce doing the logical thing.
Yeah.
Reels
We just
their
lock each
head
other. We're
back.
like, oh, okay, we know what's happening. Bang.
They're siblings, it's fine.
Yeah. Now I've knocked sense into you. Let's be clear. Ariel is, or at least as far as I can tell, was very interested in you.
Ariel's afraid of me. That
Fine.
can't go nowhere if Ariel's
Well,
afraid of me.
I'm saying, as your friend, here's what I've noticed. Here's the tea. Wait, do you guys have tea down here? It doesn't matter. Anyway.
Yeah, there was,
Ariel.
there was this mad party a while ago where a bunch of folks in fancy coats just threw a bunch of it in the ocean.
Yeah.
The Demarian Tea Party?
Yeah.
Who would 100% be the Marians that did it.
Yeah.
100%.
Salia is the most horrendous flirt I've ever seen and has his eyes on you. And you reciprocated.
Marisol and I already had that conversation. We have a date.
Oh, so you go for
Eventually.
So my point stands. So you are going to potentially hit on Maris. Okay, right. That's
What?
fine.
No,
What?
no. That's not okay. You mean like flirting and shit? No, Marisol and I. All right, I guess I need to get you up to speed. So I didn't realize until Marisol gave some clarity to the situation that Feather was not, in fact, just bantering with me the way that Malith and I used to banter.
I
And-
fucking knew it. You just seem like that self reaffirmation is like, because I was like, oh no, they know. I knew it.
But Marisol and I, while we were walking, had a little chit chat and gave some clarification saying that Salian did not, in fact, say that he was going to take me out with a weapon. He meant to take me out on a date. And I thought, oh, all right, that's something, Because I'm not, in fact, a complete idiot. I'm only magically an idiot.
I'm just going to stare
how
at you.
people
And again, if the eyebrows existed.
I imagine that the lights will indicate like where your
Yeah,
eyes.
they're going to just
doing
like square block of just that really.
Shut up! I'm not an idiot. I'm only magically an idiot. I know how people work sometimes. If I didn't, I'd be real bad at my job. But I'm just better in fighting. Once you get talking and shit involved, it becomes weird. But no, I thought Feather was just, bantering with me, and then it turned into more than bantering, I guess, because apparently Feather might be interested, and I'm fine with that. Feather's really interested. I'm curious, But there's also other things going on, and Luce will loosely motion with the free side of
Yeah.
her arm that it does not have the shield on it, towards where Priestess Chira had swam off to. There's been other shit getting in the way to where I don't I know how flirt works. I know how dating works in theory. I don't really do it, but if he wants to take me on a date and not take me out with a weapon, then fine. I'm more than happy to once all this shit settles down. But I also told Marisol that we're gonna have a little tryst afterwards, and then she can set the terms of it and how she feels about the situation, what she might want to pursue or not. Because Marisol's genuinely the most interesting person in this entire group. She's the one I like the most. She's my second favorite person out of the party right now. And I don't see her moving down in ranking. But I ain't putting, all my seashells in a basket on that one either. She got shit going on. I'm not gonna put pressure on her for it. She's a good friend to have. She's nice to talk to. She calls me nice things that I enjoy. She heals me sometimes. Like, she doesn't smack me to heal me like you do.
You've never complained till now.
I'm not complaining. Did I complain? No.
She doesn't smack me to heal me like you do. That's a complaint, Luce.
Because you're basically my sibling.
Well, duh.
So yeah, if your magic felt gave me the all fuzzy feelings of jellyfish having a nice old time, that'd be weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just punch you afterwards just to balance it out.
Exactly, as it should be.
Yeah.
If not, I don't know how they do the shit on the surface, but I'm sure siblings ain't supposed to be all comfy cozy in that way.
Not
So
really, no.
Good.
Most of them kill each other for like hierarchy or stuff like that. It's a whole thing.
No, that's normal. That's down here. That's down here too.
Yeah, okay.
I grew up with Cicalians. It's fucked. And Deep Elves ain't much better. But no, like, Marisol's interested. Feather's real fucking interested. Ain't never met anybody like Feather before.
You never will again.
Most likely not. So yeah, I'm trying to get all my explorative bits out now while I can before the next fuck shit goes off. And I guess that means getting better at understanding feelings that I can't just fight out. But asking Feather to dance with me and my kind of dance will just end up me being very, very injured in a way that I don't quite understand. So, and Feather ain't ever fought with us before until now, and even then I wasn't paying much attention to that. Stole my kill, but that's fine.
Don't think of it like that. That's not how the crew works.
I know that's not how the crew works.
We have our kill game. We've agreed on that. That's not how Feather works.
I know that's not how Feather... I'm learning that's not how Feather works. But this is also the first time I've ever seen Feather join us in a fight. So...
I'm glad you took my advice, though.
Which one?
To not leave anything to chance or leave things without trying. When I threw you and Ariel in a room, sure, that got resolved in a different way than I expected, but it got resolved as far as I can tell. It did get resolved, right?
About that. About that. I basically left and tried to go exploring by myself. I didn't do anything. He followed me and wanted to have a whole deep conversation where there was onlookers everywhere. So, like, nothing really got settled or gave clarity, I guess.
Okay.
But now Ariel's fucking afraid of me. Probably thinking the West me down. And I yelled at him, so that probably didn't help.
Well, sounds like I've got to do my captain's duty.
We'll be fine. I'll be fine.
Fine is bullshit.
It is, but it's all I got.
Then we'll give you more. You want to duel? We'll duel. You want to dance? We'll dance. Right now, you've got all kinds of shit. As I'm just going to point in whatever direction they swam off in to deal with. I got my terms. What do you need?
I need to talk to Malith. I needed to just be me and Malith. To
Done.
have a fucking conversation.
How long do you need?
It's all gonna be on if he's gonna even be able to fucking talk to me. What if he comes out of this and his brain's still fucking scrambled? Man knows about my family, didn't know who I was when we first met, and then later on down the road figured out who I was, and it made
Oh,
Wait, hold
what
on.
more is
You
there?
froze up. You froze up. You froze up.
welcome
back
back.
now.
Try that
You're
one again,
back now.
please.
Okay, cool. Oh, now I have the notification. Like, shit's so fucking complicated, Reaver. I don't know up from down half the time. I gotta fucking force bubbles to figure out which way's up. Or I just watch which way you sink to know which way's down.
Yeah, that's smart. That's how I do it.
Like, until I know what state Malith is in, I don't know what answers I'm gonna get. He knows more about me and my family than he let on ever. He could have just fucking told me. But he didn't. Now I'm sitting here thinking, maybe this is in somebody's divine basket weaving bullshit. That I was supposed to find the tide. And I don't like that. I didn't go looking for the tide. I was looking for something to do to make me stronger. To keep me preoccupied and hidden and away. And we still gotta go fucking back to Oceanheart. We gotta go back to fucking the city that I ran from. I still don't know what happened. We don't know what the fuck's waiting up for us in Deep Heart, or waiting for me in Deep Heart with whatever Koldo got himself into. There's a lot of big old blank spots, and it's everything I can do not to say fuck it, give you Tooth back, and hightail it back to Drift to try and see if he's even still around, so I can say my goodbyes before he's gone.
Hold on a second. Why do you think I don't want to say my goodbyes to Drift?
And I didn't say you didn't.
Good, because we'll do it all together. Now, I am a connoisseur of stupidity.
Oh, tell me about it.
I
Why, like
got
you?
my entire crew sank. I thought I was blessed by gods in this. I signed a pact with a giant creature just out of vengeance because I was angry. You want a dumb idea? I'm your ship. But I also killed a giant decapod with you lot. You should never even touch the fucking rigging system, and I brought it down with you lot. We survived whatever the fuck Ariel's family is. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. We went through your fucking home city.
We went through the tower.
Yeah,
We didn't-
you're looking at semantics again. Come on. If you're telling a story, you tell it well. A little embellishments always work. My point is, I'm an idiot, but I make shit work. You want to bog down in all the fucking intricacies and the stresses? Lay them on me, and I'll make them simple. You want something done, I'll get it done for you.
River, I don't think what I want you can do.
Then I'll try,
That's not on you.
and I'll ask all of us to try with you.
You won't want to do it because you'll think that it's stupid. Or you'll think that I'm something else. It's fine. It's the way it's supposed to be because you're family. Family wants to see the best thing happen for you. What I want ain't the best for me.
We'll leave it here, but I want you to remember. that you've got us. And if you disappear, just like I asked you about Grumpy over there, I'm going to point in Feather's direction, I'll hunt you down, knock some sense into you, and then we'll go on as usual.
You're not going to be all mad at me again.
We'll see.
Is that a no? All right, I'll take it. And if me and Feather run away together, off into the abyss to live a little happy old life.
Sure. Anyway, and then I'm just going to go like explore the village and.
Lucy's just gonna sit
Okay.
and look at Feather and just watch Feather doing whatever the fuck from the distance.
Cool. We'll come back to that. But I think we're going to go to Ariel now. Ariel, what are you wanting to do?
I'm gonna be real simple. At the entrance to the village, is there like a archway that like a gateway or something?
No, it's very much like how would I describe it? It's a bit like if you're familiar with what's it called? If you're familiar with Skyrim, it's kind of similar to like Marthal, where it's that kind of snowy capped village, and it's just you come over the hill and it's the path down into the village. That's it. It's just the dune crests, and as you come over it, it just leads down into the village. There's no archway, there's no wall, nothing like that.
Okay. I think right before the crest, because I take it that's where Reaver and Luce were having their conversation, so they could see. About a good another 100 yards down, Ariel's just sitting crisscross applesauce, looking at Feather, just watching him. Just kind of doing the same thing Reaver was doing, just be like making sure he's going to come back. But damn it. But one of those is like, he's going to come back. He's going to come back. His ass better come back. I'm just waiting for him.
Okay, so watching Feather.
Just waiting for Feather, yeah.
Okay. Then if that's what everybody's doing, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take us to our break there. And we'll come back in 15 minutes and we'll carry on with the rest of it. Don't go anywhere. Don't stop watching. We'll be back in 15. Sit your ass down and enjoy the show. We'll be right back after our break. 42. Hello there, guys. We're back. We left off with our party beginning their explorations through the Salted Cove, and we're going to go. I think we're just going to go in the same order. We're going to go in the same order. So we are going to go back to Echo. Now, Echo, your ritual casting speak with animals. Okay. As you ritual cast speak with animals, and your conscious, not your consciousness, your perceptive capabilities are now aware of the fact of that these anemones can talk. They are capable of communication. Come up with voice for anemone. Got it. What would you like to say?
First words out of Echo's mouth to these anemones are, "Am I bothering you?"
We can't be bothered.
Okay. Did you speak to Echo?
We did not speak to Echo. Echo speaks to us.
Echo's gonna turn back to Marisol and go, "The anemones can talk. They did not speak earlier. There's another weird thing around," and then we'll just turn back.
When you make statements, they like acknowledge those statements. You're like, the anemones did not speak, and they're like, we did not. There's something else weird about. There is.
Echo at this point is exuding this lovely shade of gold as they're interacting with this anemone. And Echo's kind of like floating from one side, floating to the other, not quite staying still. And will then ask, "Do you know what spoke?"
We do not. We did not hear.
Oh, that's a me thing. Oh, that's a me thing.
Yes, it is.
And the last thing Echo will kind of ask is, "Do you not want to be touched?"
We do not want. We do not have want. We are.
Echo understands.
Yes, you do.
And Echo will give a little shimmy.
They mimic.
And then another shimmy.
They shimmy again.
A shimmy to the side.
They shimmy. They mirror it so like you go left and they shimmy right.
Shimmy to the other side.
Shimmy back.
Echo looks back at Marisol and goes, Do you want to dance with Echo and the anemone?"
Marisol just sort of starts to.
So yeah, I think Echo will spend a little bit of time having a mini dance party with the anemone and Marisol before thanking the anemone for answering Echo's questions, and then swimming up back to where Marisol is. Still like exuding that gold color. Echo has made friends with an anemone. The anemone is lovely. The anemone thinks like Echo. Echo and the anemone are the same. Just
I love. This is the most wholesome interaction ever.
I am happy for Echo. May I ask a question?
Echo thinks you already did, but Echo is open to other questions.
Fair point. Do you know that you change color when you feel different things?
Echo does not. Echo cannot see. Echo feels, but feelings do not help because feelings are already there. Echo's answer is no, but now being informed, Echo's answer is now yes.
Okay. That is fair. That sounds like something you should know. Are you
Echo wonders what
part?
that's from.
Are you part cuttlefish? Perhaps?
Echo is part lots of things. Echo doesn't know all what Echo is. Echo has had hundreds? Is it thousands? It might be thousands at this point. Echo doesn't know. Echo is a lot. Echo doesn't remember how they started. Echo only knows what Echo is now.
Does Echo remember how the process from sort of leader starts to now? How did Echo become many things as one thing?
We are Legion. We are anonymous. We are.
We are traumatized.
Echo's color changes. It changes to a shade of lavender. And Echo, for a moment, goes quiet. When they speak the next time, they don't speak the same. Not all of it. I remember a lot. I remember more than I want to. Time and time again. I do remember being torn apart, stitched back together, torn apart, stitched back together, over and over and over. I remember becoming one with friends. I remember losing parts of myself, whether they were just taken to see if they could. I remember being used for storage. I remember when they would put things they didn't want to lose in me, in my chest, usually, so that they would not go far. I remember them wondering what they could mix me with, what would stick, what would not. So yes.
And this was done by the things we encountered near where we met you.
No.
With the weapon. No?
No, they were sent after. They are meant to hunt, not to cut, to change, to alter. It was not them. They do not have the skill to cut without killing.
What do you know? The names or locations of the people who did this?
No. Why would you give a monster your name?
You are not a monster.
Echo is. Echo is a monster. There is no other descriptor for Echo. Echo is not a creature. Echo is not alive. Echo is not dead. Echo is not even quite Echo. Echo doesn't know what Echo is. But the one descriptor that fits is monster.
So Echo likes being called a monster.
Doesn't matter what Echo likes. It simply is.
What Echo likes matters. What Echo likes matters a lot.
That's funny. How about you? What are you?
I am a merfolk from the Misted Sea. I come from a long line of people who value performance and history and culture and song, and up till about 2 weeks ago, give or take maybe, I had not even spoken a word in years.
Wow. Why speak now?
I stopped talking because my words took away everything I had ever known, essentially. And at a point, I decided that it was not worth it to ever risk that happening again. But traveling with my friends and learning to trust, I started to feel like perhaps I might be able to again. And then we had an unfortunate incident. We had someone else who was traveling with us, named Ellenson. We lost them in a battle. And when they had passed, I had realized that despite how much they meant to me, I had never even said anything to them. And the fact that I never said anything to them did not protect them. Nor did it make nor did nor did it make me feel very good afterward. I decided to drop it, at least with our group. I'm still not fond of talking around strangers, but
Echo will move forward, and if Marisol allows it, will likely take their hand.
okay.
And their hue changes to a powder blue, but from where they're touching, you can feel a calm. You can feel a sympathy. You can feel almost the physical embodiment of a gentle comfort from where they're making contact with you. And Echo smiles, and it's, as unsettling as it's gonna be. Tilting their head up. Breaking habits is hard. Echo knows this. Echo is proud of you. And as they say the word proud, you can feel it where they're touching you. And they continue. I think Echo thinks they know. Echo thinks that even though you may not have said it, that though they may not have heard it, Echo is pretty sure they felt it. Do not worry. Emotions do not need to be said to be felt.
Thank
Give a
you,
little
Echo.
wiggle.
I am proud of you too, Echo. I imagine that everything that is happening has been quite jarring.
Very. Echo is overwhelmed, and that comes through in the touch as well.
Okay.
Before
Echo is going through some things.
before Echo gives a little tug, Echo wants to find the others. Echo is a little worried Echo is going to get distracted by other anemones and may never leave anemones, and also may slowly be killed by anemones, as Echo will not stop wanting to hug the anemones.
This is fair. I will not let that happen. Let us go find Reaver and the others.
Echo just gives a nod.
I have this weird thing I do where when I get to know characters, I picture them as dog breeds, right? I don't know what dog breed Echo is, but I know for a fact they don't wag their tail; they wag their whole ass body.
It's the everything.
Right. Okay. So with that, Marisol, is there anything that you want to do in this kind of secondary portion here, or are you just again being the babysitter?
Yeah, I think we're gonna go find Reaver. I've got to go tell Reaver that we have to. I know we are underwater, but we do have to find a place and burn it to the ground.
I love this thing.
And I don't think he's gonna argue with me.
Planning this large villain encounter that's going to be faced over the course of many different encounters. Everybody hears Echo's trauma story, so we're going there now, right? We are swimming down there. It's like the rotted ones. You finally got out the fucking way. We'll get to you guys in a minute.
Pressure shows up. I'm come to kill. Get the fuck out of the way. We'll deal with you in a second.
Father just
Wait
floating
your
down. You're like,
turn.
listen, I'll
Just
deal with my
slaps.
daddy issues in a minute. Okay, there's some weird fucking Frankenstein shit happening. We're dealing with that.
Listen, hold on. See this? Yeah, it's coming for you next. Next.
Thresher just rocking up and being like, oh motherfuckers, I've got moral limits. Let's do this shit. Right, okay, so as they're going to find you, Reaver, we'll jump back to you. Reaver, as you're going exploring this place, and you're walking amongst these, because I figure Reaver's favourite method of moving around is walking.
Correct. Yes, because swimming sucks and it's 5 feet slower. Boo.
So, Reaver, moving around this place, you realise a couple of things. One, the Eastern Sea Merfolk, they are very much, I would say like a combination of druidic and cleric in pretty much all aspects of their culture, without branching into any other like overly broad description of it. I'd say very, very close to being shamanistic.
So like an enclave kind of place.
Very much so.
Okay.
Everybody seems to have some kind of deep emotional connection to the place they live. They're all deeply attuned to it. You see these Eastern Sea Merfolk children playing amongst these anemones, and you yourself, you know, when you had a human body, you touched anemones and you would feel that kind of little prickly sensation you got off of them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like larger anemones that exist in this world can full on like grab like sharks and just start digesting them. Like, they are capable of causing pain. These children don't seem to feel it. They're just like darting in amongst them, and they actively play with these anemones. They live in, even the creatures that are just moving over the Salted Cove, they'll just swim up and start playing around them, and the creatures will let them. The creatures will play alongside them. You would see large plesiosaur style creatures swimming over, and then children coming in and almost like drafting off of the current they leave behind, and the plesiosaur almost like moving a little bit faster to cause a quicker draft, to cause like a quicker undercurrent. This place is completely peaceful and everything is in complete harmony here.
Oh, I should not have come to you.
Reaver is out of his elements.
There's a couple of things that do stand out. As you're walking around, you would see towards the edge, close to where the two the sea and the ocean meet, that divide. Mm-hmm. Close there, you would see one of the few non-natural structures here, a stone arch.
Like a pathway between them, I'm guessing, kind of idea.
It doesn't really sit. It does kind of sit on the edge of them, but it doesn't necessarily touch. Like, you know, the stone archway does not touch the divide, but it is built close to that divide wall. And it's a pretty large, like, you know, a fully grown dragon could actually, a man of war ship could sail through this thing, all sails up open and full without touching the sides.
Right.
Big ass archway. There is another kind of crystalline discarded shell structure in the center of this city, which is where High Priestess Chira swam off to. You would see that there is some kind of building style construct formed within that. Those are really the only two major landmarks around about this particular part of the Eastern Sea. So it'll be, is there anything that you want to explore either of these? Is there anything you would like to do here?
I'm gonna roll because I have 3 ideas in my head, and I don't want to take much more time for other people's. We're going for the bottom one. I'm going to DM what it is, and then I'll let you pass over to the players.
By all means. I'm going to get the message up just now so that I can see it. Stop looking at memes. Cool. Absolutely easy to do. That is a very easy thing to do. Actually, in fact, close to the central structure I was talking about, this large, like, discarded shell, close towards there's actually that kind of thing going on. So you could easily wander in there and find something. Okay. Moving on from there, we will go to Ariel and Luce. Is there anything that you guys would like to do? I know you guys are pretty much sitting doing the same thing, which is watching Feather, who is still just kind of...
Ariel, go first.
No, by all means, you first.
All right. Luce is by herself, correct?
I think that you guys are both by yourself, but within a vicinity, doing the
Cool.
same thing. From how I've kind of understood it.
Cool. This is the first time Lucy's been by herself for a while, so I'm gonna do some fuck shit real quick. Hold on, I need my notes. Bible, what session was the thing that I meant to do this on, and then because shit happened. Luce is going to, seeing that Feather's doing Feather shit, that she does not understand, but knows better than to go and interrupt whatever the fuck Feather is doing. And also realizing that Feather is going to leave and slip away. There is really nothing she can do about it. Reaver will figure it out. And we'll see Feather again, whether he would like us to or not, because Reaver is nothing if not determined. Luce is going to, while still just sitting, straighten up her back, put her shield in front of her, and take out the sickle and hold it so that, like, by the hilt, and then tilt it to where she can see her own reflection in the blade. And she's gonna just look around and think, I don't know how the fuck this is supposed to work. We're gonna try something, I guess. And she is going to, in the Stilton in front of her, where the shield is and made the indent, pull it up to where it's that perfect circle. She's going to stab the center of it with the sickle and bury the blade of it into the center.
Right.
And then she is going to start with her fingers writing Ellinson's name in Caden.
Okay.
Around one part of it, and then write Ellinson's name in Elvish around the other end of it. And she's going to then turn the blade and make sure that the hilt is facing her. The hilt and the curve of the blade, basically.
Okay.
And she's gonna pick it up, and she's gonna start spinning it in her hand. And then she's just gonna close her eyes while she does this and just say, in what has become her pigeon tongue language, because she is a child of both a deep elf and a Cicadian. She's gonna say in that language and start trying to Ellinson's patron, whose name escapes me.
So you're reaching out to Etuliet.
She is going to. She doesn't know how this works. She doesn't know how magic works. She doesn't know how gods work. She doesn't know how any of this works. But she's seen enough of people who do know how religion works and gods works and primordials, especially under the way things are a little different. And try to reach out to Etuliet, but then also trying to reach out to specifically that feeling that Ellinson had with that speak with dead moment, saying that she wanted us to help Etuliet.
Okay.
And try to communicate and say, child was lost in a fight against something. And I want to try to help you. I want to try to see if there's anything I can do that will help us cut you out of whatever binds you. You said you needed one of your lineage to be able to do this. And she's going to drop her voice to an even deeper whisper and just say, and my father wields your brother's blade. How can I help you? be freed from this. And she is going to then put her hand in the center of it and then wipe away where Ellinson's name was in Sicalian, and then write in her own name in Sicalian.
Okay.
And then wipe away Ellinson's name again in Deep Gulf, and then write her father's name in Elvish. And then keep doing this as she's working through, and the names that cycle around the sickle that belonged to Ellinson and was carried by Ellinson and was taken off of Ellinson's body and replaced instead with her own short sword will end up being Luce, Melusine, Moradon, Glimmertide, Melusine, Glimmertide, and then wiping it entirely. And in just complete common, on the front, on the top half, it says loose, the word loose. And on the bottom half, it says end.
Okay.
And then wipes it again and writes the two words lost and found.
So as you go through this almost ritual-esque type of thing, and you're reaching out, something is going to reach back.
Oh god, no! Fuck. Okay.
It's only as this thing reaches back that I will say, and I'll remind you, that Etuliet said that she used the last of her energy to manifest as she did.
Yep.
So as this thing reaches out, this being reaches out, there is a sense of something. What's the word I'm looking for here?
The bad sense, the good sense.
There is a sense of something vast being in front of you, but you can't see it. And it says, she cannot help you. Her power is all but dwindled away. But I perhaps can.
And you are.
I am what you seek.
You're not her, so you're not what I seek.
Simply because I am not that what was named does not mean I am not what was sought.
Then what name should I be naming?
Any number of things could mean the same. You could name me Truth. You could name me Goal. You could name me End. You could name me All. You could name me Memory. You could name me Wisdom. You could name me a great many things. But all are what you seek.
Can I make a history check?
You can.
On 17.
Okay. On a
Ew.
seven,
Please.
on a 17, some of what is being said here triggers something, maybe something that you've read or something that you know from your studies and such. Specifically, the words being referenced to as all being referenced, like a reference to wisdom, a reference to being the not everything being specifically named is specifically what. Not everything that is being sought is specifically what is named. That has like an almost riddle-esque structure to it. If Sicalians were to pursue anything outside of Sicalian culture, there's one thing Sicalian philosophers, Sicalian scholars have always shown an interest in, and it was the pursuit and in often cases worship of a figure known as Kahamnar. Kahamnar being a primordial entity that represents wisdom, that represents the pursuit of understanding, the pursuit of knowledge of all.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the words that are used to describe this entity is what you are hearing here, is what is being used here.
This is gonna open our eyes. Is the circle still there? With the circle
Yeah,
in it?
yeah.
Bullshit.
Everything is
Wait.
untouched.
She's gonna start writing those words in Scalia in the sand.
Okay.
In the circle. Why reach out? Because I reached out?
We heard. You called. I answered.
How do you feel about the rat touch?
They do not seek. They take. They do not learn. They change.
Am I supposed to do a favor for you? Supposed to do something in your honor? What? How does this work? What are you trying to offer me? Or what am I supposed to ask from you?
Knowledge is not to be given in exchange. Knowledge is to be shared. You have called. Who you have called for could not answer. But what you called for then can still be given. What you asked for can be given.
For what price?
Knowledge should not be given in exchange. And they say that almost like, why am I having to repeat myself here? I said it the first time. Like, they are...
Yep.
And I am allowed
This is
to
annoying.
use this distinction because I am this. It's a very almost autistic coded way of presenting it. Like, I've already told you this, why am I having to say it again? Like, I have given this information, why are you... I can't give it in a more clear manner, why are you asking me to?
Is this similar to, like, Luce growing up in Sicalian society, but it's very not of Sicalian society?
Sicalians do not like repeating themselves.
Is this that kind of same
Yes.
feeling that she's getting?
Yes.
Oh,
No,
I know
it's
how
it's
this
less
works.
like I don't like repeating myself, and more like I will repeat myself if need be, but me having to repeat myself betrays the point of me being here.
Alright, I think I know how you might work now in some kind of weird way. Remind me of my mother. And she'd be like, well, I already told you this answer.
Your mother is very smart.
I don't like that you know my mother. She's still alive. I don't answer that question. I don't want that answer right now.
I
got a
know
lot
all
on my
who
plate.
pursue knowledge.
No, I don't like that answer either. Okay.
Why do you not like answer? You asked. If you do
There's
not
a
like
lot
answer,
that
do not ask question.
I like seeking answers from things.
Then
in
you have been given
stories
answer. Should
and-
you not like answer?
You'd think, but there's a lot going on lately. I don't need to give you my whole life story, but if you already know me, then you already know me.
I do.
mm,
I
That's nice.
know all.
mm. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Well, it's nice to be known by you, I think, and I guess it's nice to know you.
You do not know me.
I do not know you, but yeah, I hope to learn more about you, to know more about you. I don't know. Okay,
I
back
can
to
help you.
business.
With that.
Okay, yes. How does that work? Do I need to go just spelunking in some libraries? Do I need to go talking to some scholarly people? Like,
Pursuit of knowledge
got
is
it.
always preferably done in place of learning.
all right, I'm not real smart. I'm not real.
You are
I'm
not,
as-
but you can be.
I don't want to be. I don't need to. We got smart people that are much smarter than me.
That is not true.
Intelligence ain't my greatest pursuit.
That is not true. There are different forms of smart.
I know that. I've trained myself up to know that. I think the knowledge that I'm looking for is the one that I reached out looking for. Am I capable? Are we capable, my friends that I'm with, my crew and all that, of freeing Etuliet from what binds her,
Yes.
as I am?
Yes.
Is there something, knowledge-wise, you can point me towards that will make sure that it gets done?
Yes.
That won't change me?
Yes.
All right. What is the correct question I'm supposed to be asking you so I don't annoy you with the wrong questions?
The correct question is what you ask.
See, we're going back and forth again.
No, we are not. A back and forth would mean nothing changes. Things are changing.
All right. Oh, okay. Thank you
Why?
for answering and being patient.
I am not patient. I am immortal. There is no such thing as patience when you cannot die.
Fair. Do you have temples somewhere?
Yes.
Is it close to here?
No.
Is it back in Cephala 4?
No.
Oh, thank fuck.
Who is fuck?
Who is fuck?
I do not know. That
I
is
am
why I
fucked,
asked you.
I think. I'm assuming you already know the etymology of the word fuck. I don't need to explain that and how the different uses of the word.
Etymology
all
of
that
the
shit.
word fuck, from my understanding, would be in reference to a curse or in reference to the act of intercourse.
Correct.
Used by certain cultures.
Correct. And population and all that nonsense. All right. Do you know? Do you know where Adelan's tomb is?
Atalan has no tomb.
Do you know where his
Atal-
armor is?
Yes.
Adelan has no tomb.
No.
Do you know where Adelan's sarcophagus is?
He has no sarcophagus.
Do you know of this location? And Luce is going to describe the dream of the hand coming out of the sarcophagus.
Yes.
Whose hand is that?
You're talking about the hand that came out of the sarcophagus surrounded by those stones. Okay. Something bad.
Not Adelan.
No.
Alright.
What Atalan killed.
Alright. Will you keep me from being led astray from whatever Adelan killed?
Are you asking for patronage?
No, because I don't want to do any magical fuck shit.
You do not want to do any magical intercourse stuff.
I don't want my body to be magic. I prefer to be the way I am.
I apologize.
And
Your use of grammar is very misleading sometimes.
Oh, alright. I'm sorry. I don't mind my manners the way Mama taught me I should, because it's been a while. I've been with nothing but rapscallions and roughhousers for a very long time. I ain't the learned type in the traditional sense that you might be used to.
I will tell you this. Beyond this, your pursuit of knowledge will be by your own steps. The key to what you seek lies with home.
Which home?
Your home.
I got 2 of those. Technically, possibly 3.
Impossible.
My first home. Or the place that I made into home. Cephala 4? Or the Descent?
Do you consider Cephala for home?
That was the first home.
You would be comfortable to walk there now? You would be comfortable to walk in completely free of any trepidation, anxiety?
Absolutely not, but I'm mortal. A
Then
very
that-
squishy body
then
and
that
a
is
very
not
squishy
home.
mind.
Home is comfort. Home is where things can be accepted, faced, without any fear of negative rebuttal.
And I don't have one of those yet.
I do not believe that to be true.
Since you know truth itself, that might be telling. Then home would be with Drift.
If that is what you believe, then that is what you should pursue. All I will tell
Because
you
that-
is the answer you seek lies with home.
Oh, okay. Appreciate it.
You should. It is good information.
I do. Alright, I'm gonna let you go then. You probably got a lot of important immortal shit going on that you're doing.
I do not, but I will leave you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Then the tentacles go over the hair, go over the face, and just bubbles. Just wipes away the shit in the sand.
Parties
Except
working
the
their
circle.
way through talking to primordial entities, and they meet the one primordial entity that is like, I will not fuck around and find out. I do not know fucks. I know the meaning of the word fuck. That is all. I cannot find out because I know everything. I've already found it out.
And Lucy's just gonna look at Feather, still doing his necromantic feather shit.
By this point, Feather's probably finishing up. And his hand is trailing off.
Gonna wait until he gets up or makes any move to walk or stand or anything like that. And she's just gonna stand up and dust herself off and fasten everything where it needs to be in its resting position whenever she walks through a city. So shield on the back, weapons still sheathed, no blades open. Just gonna stand there and wait on Feather with their arms crossed. That's all I got.
Okay. So we'll come to you and Feather talking at another point. But we're going to go to Ario now. Ario, while Luce is doing all this stuff, what are you doing?
Ironically, you ready for some more fuck shit?
Awesome, cool. What fucking entity is Ario going to end up chatting to? Hey, what's up, guys? My name's Beetlejuice. Say my name 3 times.
I'm just gonna take Ellinson's short sword and lay it across my lap as I'm sitting there. Just trace some runes in the sand. That's just some arcane sigils and all that. I'm just gonna very quietly whisper under my breath, Aquas.
Voice speaks in your mind. This one's very easy. By now you are aware they're your patron. And they speak back and they say, Ariel, it's nice to hear from you.
Apologies for our first discussion. I was a bit emotional.
There's nothing to apologize for.
I appreciate it.
It's not very often that somebody just reaches out and speaks to a patron, so what can I do for you?
I'm working on that favor I owe you. I have some leads. I just wanted to ask you a few things.
Of course. Anything that I can answer, I will. But you have to understand that I might not be able to answer everything you wish.
That's fair. The group feels like they're still a bit tattered after what happened.
As is to be expected.
I keep doing favors for you. Will you help me protect them? All of them? The new one's a little strange, but I like him.
Echo is a little oddity. But the sea is full of oddities. Each one more odd than the next.
I was about to say, have you seen this group?
There are things that lurk in the depths of the oceans that make even Echo look normal. Your group is not odd. They are a unit.
Unique. I'm afraid of losing them, or that one of them will implode on themselves.
And that is a fairly well-placed worry. I often find that the amount that we fear losing something is tantamount to how much we care about it.
Oh, I can't let them know that now, can I?
Why Why not?
Because they've already done so much for me. Why make them worry more?
Why does it mean that they'll worry? You have a very free mind, Ariel. But for somebody with a very free mind, you view everything in incredible tones of black and white. Why does you caring about them have to be a necessity, but them caring about you has to be a burden? Why is one not the same as the other? Think about it like this. When a wave crashes onto a beach, it leaves behind traces of itself. Hence why the sand becomes wet. When it does it a second time, it doesn't question why the sand is wet. It just leaves it wet again. And it does this repeated over and over again. The reason it does it repeated over and over again is because each time it does it, it's the same thing. You worrying about them is a wave. Them worrying about you is the exact same wave. It does not carry any more or any less burden than you do by worrying about them. The only choice is you're not letting your current reach their beaches.
Them worrying about me is dangerous.
Why?
Because there are things hunting me and those I care about.
There are things hunting Echo. But you're worrying about Echo, aren't you? You're not considering the danger that could bring, are you? For all you know, there are people hunting every single person in this party. There might not be, but there might be. Even though you can't see Aquas, you somehow get the feeling that he's grinning. Like, is it like he's got that kind of shit-eating grin, like, I got you there, I got you there, fucker, I got you.
You know, that's just mean reading me like that.
Well, you know, I'm kind of the source of your power, so I figure that gives me a little bit of leeway.
If I can ask 2 more questions.
You can ask as many questions as you like. We're kind of in like a partnership here.
Yeah, I want to take up all your time.
Oh yes, I, an immortal deity, am strapped for time.
Malith.
Yes?
If they aren't able to get him up to 100% and how he was before everything went to shit, is there anything we can do to help? I hate to see him crippled because he stuck his neck out for us.
Tides can wash away a lot of things. But I can't create waves that big. Malith has his own beings to fight and face. Whether he does that himself or with help from you guys, ultimately that will be how his wellness is decided. Unfortunately, I can't do anything else about that.
Looks like he's sticking around for a bit longer. This last bit's a bit of a stretch. You remember where you found me?
I do.
But do you know where...
Do you know where I came from, though?
I don't. But I can direct you to where you can begin your search.
Oh. Later. I just don't. I don't know if I'm ready for that one just yet.
Whenever you are ready, you just ask.
Thanks.
You are very welcome.
I'll keep searching for that island.
I'm sure you'll find it.
I mean, apparently, according to Reaver, I found something was just going out of the water, so who knows what I'll find next.
I see a lot of great things in your future. I mean, I can't see the future, so that's just like me saying I have a bit of confidence in you. But you get the sentiment.
I'm picking up what you're putting down. Thanks, pal.
You take care of yourself, and let other people take care of you as well.
I'm trying.
And that familiar presence of them within your mind fades away. Is there anything else for you, Ariel?
You just.
He just crumples into a ball.
Yep, just crumples into a ball of himself, just being read for filth.
Okay, so in order to bring this to the conclusion, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Loose, waiting for Feather. We'll do that, and then that will bring us into Marisol and Echo finding their way back, and bring us into our conclusion. Okay?
Sounds good.
Okay.
So Loose. Eventually, Feather gets up. And he takes his necklace and he winds it around his hand, and he knows that Reaver walked into the village, so he turns to go. I keep splitting between what went into the Salted Cove. So he turns to make his way in there, and he's walking towards you.
Mm-hmm.
So you're standing there, arms crossed, right?
Uh-huh.
Right. So as he approaches, he kind of looks at you and says, he's about 15 feet away. And as he kind of gets closer, he goes, if I try and walk past you, am I going to get past you? Because you look like you're about to hit me.
I would never hit you, Celia. Unless you gave me a reason or if you were into it. That's a little bit different. And she will basically turn her body so that she motions with one hand past. I was just waiting on you.
Okay.
Want to see something new together?
I would like that.
All right. I'm gonna insight check.
Okay, you can insight check.
Oh. Oh. Never mind.
I'd like to insight check. Nope.
I thought it was a 17. It's a 7. Plus 1, 8. Intelligence is a dump stat, friends.
Nah, he's. You don't get much of a read.
Of course not. She is going to offer him her hand. Like, put a hand out for him.
He'll take it.
And she will take his hand.
Hold on.
Oh no.
Hold on a moment.
Oh no.
Aha. When you put your hand out, he takes it. And that was a charisma check I rolled, by the way, on that one. He takes it like that.
Mm-hmm.
So he interlaces his fingers in with yours.
She is going to pull him into her.
Okay.
Does he resist? Does he resist?
No, he does look. He looks a bit surprised.
She's going to put her other hand on his arm.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm assuming he's still holding his necklace in the other hand.
So, how's it that? You pull him out. Right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So he's still holding the
so
necklace.
And she is going to basically put it so that they're close enough to each other to where they're almost chest to chest. So they're about the same height. And look up at him and just put her forehead on his and sigh. And she's gonna hug him.
Oh, ho, 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 ho. Right. Okay. Did not see this coming. Give me a moment. Must prepare.
Very good for a hug. You about to bite her?
No.
He casts Cloud Kill on both of you. He's okay with
Listen,
this. You won't be.
It's fine. I don't know if I have hit points.
Have you ever really liked somebody so much that you accidentally cast Cloud Kill?
Smoke Bomb! Shit, not Smoke Bomb. Cloud Kill.
Oh no, shit! Fog Cloud accidentally cast Cloud Kill. So as you do this, you can physically feel him relax.
Mm-hmm.
I need to make another. I need to make another check here. Oh, fuck.
Yes.
Fuck off. Fuck. Right. Okay. I'm putting the dice away now because they're being assholes. You sigh, and as he relaxes and he closes his eyes, and he's going to say, "Careful. Your comfort is showing."
Only to you.
You keep behaving like this, and I'm going to start thinking that you like people seeing me and you like this. And then I'm likely to get a overinflated ego.
That's fine. I don't mind. I have a question for you. Actually, I have two.
His voice becomes very sincere. You can ask me anything you want.
You know, there's a primordial deity in knowledge.
That sounds very interesting.
Does it sound more interesting than me asking if I can kiss you?
I...
You don't have to answer right now.
Hold on. Okay. He smiles. And the hand that he's got interlaced with yours, he starts to run his thumb, kind of along yours. And he says, I've seen beyond the limits of life and death. I have looked into the workings of how stars collide to create worlds far more wondrous than the ones that we walk on, and I've watched multiple deities have conversations and debates over cosmic grandiose scales, and I can tell you right now that nothing has ever been more interesting than that question. But are you sure? I mean,
I'm asking if I can kiss you.
you know what I am, right?
Salia. That's all I need to know. I can learn as I go.
When he says, you know what I am, and you say his name, he just pulls you in. And it's not like a pull. It's more like a sharp jerk of the arm. Because you guys are basically like chest to chest at this point. And when he pulls you in, he's gonna drop the necklace to put his arm round to like the small of your back, and then he kisses you. And there's like at the point of like contact, there's almost like a you can feel him kind of tense a little bit, almost in a way of like, the fuck, like, did I really just do that? But then there's an ease within it.
As he initiates the kiss, she basically, the hand on his shoulder goes up and cups his face, and then go back with his head and like in with his hair. I don't think she's ever felt what normal feels like, and she basically interlaces her fingers with it gently and pulls him in closer. And stops the kiss and says, "So can I kiss you?"
Whenever you want. With as much freedom as you wish.
Noted. You better stick around long enough so I can. And she just cups his face and rubs her fingers along the sides of it and just holds his face near hers and puts her forehead to his again. And her tentacles kind of like do the same thing. No. It's not a face hugger situation. They basically reach out for him to mirror what her fingers were doing with his hair.
Okay.
And then she like leans back and says, like, we should probably go find Reaver, or else he's gonna think that we ran away together. I might have suggested that we might.
He will nod to that. He's got this big ass fucking grin in his face. He's gonna move his hand, casting Mage Hand, in order to pick the necklace back up. And then he's going to hold the necklace out to you.
You still have my necklace that you took from Reaver, or Reaver threw at you.
I do.
You should wear that instead. And she will accept Feather's necklace.
Okay. with that,
City.
we go back to the city.
Yeah. Run away to the city.
Oh, we go back to the city. Feather and Loose walking in towards the city. Ariel on the outskirts of it, just like kind of like noise.
I was just gonna say, as they're walking away, Ariel just comes up, laying on the ground, having witnessed that whole fucking thing.
Awesome, cool, shenanigans, shit, fuck. Alright, cool. Ariel just kind of pops up like, the fuck?
Yeah, pretty much just. Huh. Lays back
I guess
down.
I do have to be fair here. The kiss out in the open. Echo and Marisol. You guys were heading back to that location. Make me perception checks. Oh my god, is this going to be like a Monica Chandler situation where Reaver is Ross?
Oh, it absolutely is.
45.
It's an 18,
18 for
which is
Echo.
also my passive. So,
That is a 21.
Okay, so on a 21, Marisol, you're going to see them standing looking cute and then kiss each other. Echo, to your exceptionally unique form of perception, you feel the outline of two people, and then you feel that outline suddenly become one outline.
there's this blob doing.
Two people becoming one outline, and Echo just been like, "Oh my god, they're being experimented on too. Fuck." And the party can come together to go and find Reaver. Well, I guess the three of you. Ariel, is Ariel capable of getting up and following the party upon seeing Marisol and Echo arrive?
Oh, it's absolutely capable.
Is he going to?
Echo might go get
And lay
Ariel.
back down.
Echo might.
Ever just witness that and then
Echo might go get it. I just love that him curling up in the field position and Echo just grabbing his boot and tracking him along.
Yep.
So pretty much.
Marisol just goes and lays next to Ariel. It's just like, I feel that, buddy.
Echo's gonna try to pull both of them. One hand, one leg, one hand, the other leg. Just okay, we're going.
Echo, make me fuck it. Echo, make me an athletics check.
Oh, perfect. I can do that.
I can do that.
97.
Is a nat 20 for a 27?
Yes.
So Marisol curls up next to Ariel like, "Hey, how you doing, buddy?" And just this hench as fuck 2.5 foot creature just grabs a boot, grabs the end of the tail, and just drags. And it's just like
Alright, where they're going.
Echo's like, you can have your conversation. I will not listen. And we'll just keep being this taxi service.
I love the idea of them being like, I will not listen, and then just humming themselves at a decibel level to block out them dog. Just like, I won't listen.
And
Are you alright? Are you alright, Ariel?
Do you really want to know the answer? Or are you just trying to make me feel better?
Listen, I think we might be in similar boats right now, and I am very sorry.
Wait. Oh, the harem. Oh, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I fucked up. I really fucked up.
Oh no, there's another reason you were laying on the ground?
She thinks I'm afraid of her.
Are you not afraid of her?
No. No. Just.
You should probably tell her that.
Why does everyone keep saying I gotta talk about feelings?
Because nobody knows what you feel if you don't talk about it. I would know.
I'm not scared of her. I just worried.
And that is fair and something that she should know. You're
She
allowed to be
hates
concerned.
me.
She does not. She does not.
I just. Oh, I promised I wouldn't talk about it, but I know things.
What things do you know?
So, you know how she does that, like, ragey thing?
Yes.
Yeah, you know Reaver used to do that too?
I didn't, but that makes sense.
I was talking to Feather about stuff. Reaver used to do that when he was alive. And things didn't go
Okay.
great.
Like, not great how?
I shouldn't tell you. If things
Aren't we
Go-
not supposed to have secrets amongst each other anymore?
I know, but I made this.
What is that? The consequences of my actions coming to bite me in the ass?
Right? Coming to bite me in the ass?
Do it. Rat it out. Go for it.
Listen, but
So,
if
here's the thing. Back when Reaver got into his little episodes, like Loose does, Reaver tried to rip out Feather's heart. And might have succeeded if Feather had one. So I'm afraid that Luce is gonna hurt somebody and blame herself.
I see that, I mean, that is a fair concern. What I will say is, I do think Luce has a modicum more self-control than Reaver or Archie did.
I don't know. I mean,
The sliver.
look at how Luce was after that fight.
You've got a point. Okay. Well, then I think
I have.
perhaps
You're not gonna like it, but I have a plan.
you
Just-
have a plan.
Mm-hmm. It's really dumb. I'm not gonna tell you what it is. Just
You can't.
because if I tell you, you're gonna hit me or stop me.
I'm
Just
not going to hit you. I'm not going to stop you. What is your plan?
I'm gonna dance with Luce.
How is that going to solve literally anything?
You'll see.
I won't stop you. I won't question you. What are you going to do? I'm going to dance to Lewis. Why?
What does that
Well,
mean?
why? What is this going to do?
No, I said I'm not going to stop you and I'm not going to hit you, and I did neither of those things.
Just
Okay.
I'm gonna ask for a modicum of trust on this.
I will trust you. I feel like this is a lot of just doing whatever you can so you don't have to talk about your feelings and concerns.
No, I will. How's about this? I'll make you a deal. You don't question it, and I will talk about my feelings to her face.
Okay. I will give you that.
If you could be on the sidelines for moral support when it happens, that'd be really great.
I will definitely be there for moral support.
I
Whatever
appreciate
happens between you and Luce and you and Feather and you and whatever the fuck and
This whole party is just a what the fuck, dude. Not you, Echo. You're great.
Echo, you're doing wonderful.
Echo's just slightly traumatized.
Yeah, we're having this whole conversation just being dragged along the
They're
sand.
just dragged us.
Echo is rapidly switching between amber, coral, and carmine.
It's just a Technicolor disco ball.
Disco ball.
Yep. Yep.
I love that I've missed all of this.
Yep.
Just wait till you find out what the fuck I've done. It's so silly and simple.
I just after that conversation, I'll just continue to be dragged with Marisol.
It's
I'm gonna
effortless.
get up at a certain point, but you do that.
Also, to be clear, you were not being dragged through the sand. That would be uncomfortable for you. Echo is just picking you up and just pulling you along in the water, so
Just
nothing
like
is dragging. Yes.
Love
Didn't want you to be uncomfortable.
I appreciate that.
I mean, they're going to drag you someplace against your will, but they're going to make sure you're comfortable while they're doing it.
Hey. No one made any move to stop them.
Okay, so we have Ariel being dragged along, Marisol eventually getting up to go and do something.
I'm also going along with them. I just figured that I didn't need to be dragged at this point.
We have Feather and Luce walking and holding hands and cute, all that shit. And now we go to Reaver. Now Reaver, pray tell, because I know, but they
What are
don't.
you doing?
What
Yeah.
was Reaver doing?
What the fuck are you doing?
Reaver, after realizing all the shit that's went on, is like, it's been hitting us, like, it's like trying to like open up to the past and like, like let people in more because like, hey, this part is done. You can start building those bonds again. Reaver's went and found a drum and is just sat waiting for people so he can play the music. And he's gonna witness all this shit coming towards him.
Right, okay, so what you witness coming towards you is Marisol swimming, Echo dragging a basically vacant Ariel behind in the water, and Luce and Feather walking towards you holding hands. Which, you're from the surface world. They're like, fingers are interlaced with each other. It's fairly the Feather's grinning like a loon.
Is the necklace visible? Luce.
No.
Okay. So I'm not going to make massive jumps of assumption. I'm just going
Okay.
to stare at the party and go, and then I'm just going to start playing the drums. And I'm going to play some of the old shanties from the ship and see if Feather joins in. Basically, like, hey, here's something that is part of me. And that's it. It was like, hey, how do we bond the crew together? Do.
I love how what you did is you waited for them to get there and then just without a word, just started playing the bongos.
Yes, going.
It's like, you're probably wondering why I've called you all here.
Yeah.
Okay. As Reaver starts drumming, Reaver, fuck it, make me a performance check. I need to see this.
Yo, I got a +5 to this.
You go.
Plus
You
5
live
to
your life.
performance?
Paladin, and I put it in because I was like, this guy likes music. 18.
18, okay. Yeah, you start playing the old, like, kind of old shanties from Topside. Start to play a shanty specifically about, like, you know, some of, like, the more famous names Topside, like, and Feather obviously joins in. Feather recognises them and he starts singing along. I don't even actually know. I never decided on what he was like. Shit, I need to flesh out NPCs a little bit more. Is he any good at singing? That is a total of... Okay, he's got a +4 to that. So that is a total... A dirty 20. Feather has a nice singing voice, apparently. Can he play an instrument? No. So Feather starts kind of like singing along and joining in, and there's a moment of joviality. At the end of the first song, he's going to look to you, Reaver, and he's going to go, well, what brought that on?
Not going to answer. I'm just going to play the next song.
All right,
And
then.
I'm going to play the Thresher's Maw as an answer.
Okay. As you play that, there's definitely a reaction from Feather, but he does sing along. Loose, you would probably feel it. He tenses up a little bit at hearing the Thresher's Maw.
Mm.
But yeah, there's just... Does anybody else have any kind of reactions to the music just before we do the conclusion?
Can I just insight check Reaver real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
Solid.
In fact, if anybody wants to insight Reaver, they can go for it.
Can Echo insight 2 people?
Fuck it, yes, go for it.
Echo's inciting Reaver. Echo's also inciting Loose.
As you should. As you should, Bestie. 15 for the insight on Reaver.
Okay.
I guess I will also incite Reaver, but also I'm just like doing my little wiggle dance again to this. I'm absolutely vibing.
So 18 for Reaver, 24 for Loose.
Yep.
I also got an 18 for Reaver.
Hey, 18 for Reaver, buddies.
Woo!
We spent time
Dom,
with
you
the
inside.
enemy.
You are muted.
Nah.
I
Go.
am not
Nah.
going to. I am not going to have Feather insight. I don't think he would in this
Okay.
particular instance.
18. Am I trying to hide it? Yeah, I'm going to deception roll.
Roll that deception.
The other thing I will
10
note
plus
about
2. No.
Echo is currently they are holding themselves as physically far away without being away from the entire group from Loose as they possibly can. and they're shifting now between amber and carmine specifically.
Okay.
So I rolled a 12 on the deception, so they are emotionally bleeding. They're just letting it out. There's a lot in there, and they're just like, cool, I want to do this, and they're using this to like vent.
Okay. Luce, what does a 24 get?
Well, it beats my thing that I rolled by far. Homegirl rolled a 13. I guess because of Echo's way of seeing through mostly like, it's just you see the absence.
So the way I would imagine it. So we said that the one that made the most sense was like blind sight, the ability to see without seeing. I would liken it more to almost like a constant sonar image.
So
Like,
the way that I've been thinking about it, and I think I explained this a little bit last time, is they're not using one sense to see. It's the combination of multiple senses. So it's the absence of something that's there. It's the absence of normalcy. It's the little ripples. It's kind of the sonar. It's water displacement. It's hearing. It's kind of feeling where things differ. It's a whole slew of things that then end up in them being able to see the way that they do.
It's like, so I don't know if anybody here is a massive comic book fan, but the movies and the TV shows of Daredevil don't really do a massive justice as to how he does perceive, because it is very similar to what Echo's saying. He doesn't just see with his ears. He can taste particles in the air. He can smell when someone changes direction. Like, you know, that is, as much as you guys don't smell down here, your sense of smell would probably be more closely linked to your sense of taste. But yeah, that is very much in that sense. Yeah, I get it. So think a much more broader aspect of like how Daredevil sees.
I see you via vibes.
Yes.
Yeah. I think I've fairly well established that Luce's emotions can be read through her tentacles. And while most of her is like more relaxed, and at the point where she's touching the feather is like, that's where that side of her body is completely relaxed. Like those tentacles are just more like reaching out towards him. They're more like loosely, like just kind of going with the music and whatnot. And she's looking at Feather. But Echo can get this sense of sadness and this sense of melancholy and this like sense of there's something like just building, and there's a few tentacles that are coiled, and they do this thing where they tense up and then they release and they tense up again, and a few of them like wrap around each other and then tense up again, and they try to like settle, but they just can't. And there's still this anxiety and this sadness that is weighing on the side of her that is not touching Feather, but the side of her that is touching Feather is happy. But it's also it's the calm. She is quite literally the calm before the storm right now. And Echo would be able to remember that this is also very similar to when she told Echo, I will protect you. So this is what Luce is like when she's protecting someone. It's the battle master part of her that is trying to overcome logic and reason. Because she is a shield, first and foremost. And it's like she can't quite let go of that to be in this moment. But the part of her that can let go is the part of her that's touching that.
Echo is going to do a couple of things.
Oh no.
Oh no!
So not a thing that Echo's quite doing, but something that just happens is their color shifts more into just the amber to a little bit of powder blue seeping in there. And they move themselves. And the first thing they do is they sit on Reaver's shoulder. And they sort of settle their arms and their head on Reaver's head to just relax. And where they're touching Reaver, it's not the one color. It's several, kind of cycling through a rainbow, because in those points it's showing the intricacies of what they're feeling. And Reaver is the one who gets those intricacies, gets to feel all that they're feeling. They're uneasy, they're curious, but they hold some excitement, some calmness, some affection, just in general. And that's what Reaver can get through those points. And Echo turns a little just so they can face Feather. And they give a little tap tap to their head.
Who's learning?
It was told to them.
So he will again open up that telepathic connection between you, and even when he speaks mentally, there's a certain joviality and lightness to his internal psyche voice. It's knocked over an entire tray of dice. He's going to go, "Is everything okay?"
Echo doesn't waste time. All they say is, where she touches you, she's happy. Where you are not, she is sad. She hurts. Hold her to make her whole, to keep her here.
He doesn't say anything, but then what he is going to do then is, as like you're holding hands, he's going to... So holding left hands. Aye. So he's going to step back, take the arm up and round, so that the arms form like now like a loop. And yeah. And he's going to look at you, Echo, and in his head he's going to go, "Thank you."
Echo just give him a thumbs up and just go back to lounging. And once that interaction is handled, we'll start humming along with the tune to whatever Reaver is playing.
Okay. With that, the music, the lounging, all that shenanigans, I think that's where we'll wrap. That's where we'll call it. And then what we're going to do is there's going to be an end credits scene here. Because there's been too much nice stuff.
Yep.
Alright? There's been the
Can't take notes, say the cat.
I just saw them.
Then I'm going to do it quickly. Until everybody's like, "No, you can't do this. I have cat."
3 of us have cats.
Inside
Pokemon.
Inside the sanctum where the multiple of these priestesses are around Malith, and they are chanting and chanting and chanting, and there is waves of healing energy moving over him. And High Priestess Chira literally stands over him. She's moving her hands like up his body, and almost like a stroking manner. And she moves further up his body until she gets his mouth, and she like clamps, almost like holding on to like an invisible thing, and starts to pull. And as she starts to pull, this greenish black substance pulls out of his mouth.
Oh.
And when it eventually is dragged all out, it's very, very reminiscent of like a symbiote. You know, where it's like thrashing against itself, trying to get free. And as she brings it up, she's going to literally move over to like a geyser and cast it into the geyser. At which point Malith's eyes are going to open. He takes this deep inhale. And then he's going to look towards the High Priestess, and she looks at him and says, "Well, do you remember who you are?" And Malith is going to say, "Snake eyes. Snake eyes in the dark." And that's where we end the session. Thank you very much for my players coming along and doing this pre-recording. Thank you very much for sticking through it. I hope he's enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. There was a lot of cute shit. I wasn't prepared for the cute shit. But it was good. It was great. It was phenomenal. If you enjoy what you see here, do go and check out all of our social medias at World Tree Quests. Do it when we're not striking. Don't do it any other time. Most importantly, please do go and check out the YouTube channel. We're up to date. We're up to date on the YouTube channel. We're up to date. Whoa! I am God. We are up to date on the YouTube channel. Everything's been uploaded, including last week's episodes. So you can go and check them out there. Please do. And if you do like what you see, hit that subscribe button. Because we need that shit. I am also going to be reaching out to get artwork done, because I'm going to be on our Ko-fi page in order to try and raise some funds together to get more artwork done. I am going to be releasing one of the subclasses I created for a very, very cheap price. It'll be like £5. I don't know what that. I think that's like $6.50 for a full PDF of a artificer subclass called the Mechgineer. Have you ever wanted to build a mech and then hit self-destruct on it while surrounded by enemies? Because you can do that. That's what I made. And you'll be able to purchase that from our Ko-fi page, and if we get enough funds from there, then I'll put it onto things like DM's Guild and stuff like that, as you know, a way to kind of bring in some stuff. Yeah, so keep your eyes peeled for that. If you want to see any of the stuff that I do, you can check me out as Son of Asgard on TikTok. Again, when we're not on strike. I am going to be doing a sword tour soon, because there was a joke made during To the Skies that I was going to go and get a sword, and I didn't go and get a sword. I picked up like 8 swords, and somebody demanded a sword tour. So I'm going to be doing a sword tour and talking a little bit about the many swords that I own and kind of the media that they come from and all that jazz. I'm also going to be doing live streams on my TikTok fairly soon, where I take fantasy media cookbooks and I'm going to cook them, because I used to be a chef. Not a lot of people know this. I'm actually a fucking banging chef. Like, I'm really I sound big-headed here, but I'm not big-headed. I'm just stating that I'm a very, very good cook. I make very good food, and I currently have the D&D cookbook, the Dragon Age cookbook, the Fallout cookbook, and I'm looking at getting the Skyrim cookbook. So I'm going to just, pick random recipes and cook them on live and see how they go down. So yeah, keep your eye out for that. Any other social medias of mine you find? No, you didn't. My mother's an Irish Catholic. I'm going to pass over to my other players now. Kyle, while I root around and find loads of dice.
Yeah.
If you have any social medias, please do plug them.
Firstly, recommend watching those cooking things. I've had Brand's cooking. I'm now going to find a way to sneak into their house while they make that food and then steal it. So, if I don't appear, they caught me. I'm too fat to move.
You're Astrid's godfather. Like, you're allowed to just turn up.
Yeah, but I want the food. I want all the food. I am doing Start Playing still. You can find me there on Just Kyle. But apart from that, there's no social... there's the flub for the day. There's no social medias that I'm currently using apart from Start Playing. Currently, I have campaigns on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Sundays. I am looking at a possibility of either a Wednesday or a Friday potentially. We will see. But if you have any campaigns that you wanted that are expanded upon, please do let me know. That's all for me.
Is it okay if I go next? Because I
Of
really
course,
need to
of
hop
course,
off.
Of course, of
Yes.
course, of course.
Yeah. Yeah. So you can find me at Lawless Aries Cosplay on pretty much any social media. TikTok is the main place where I am. Of course, you can always find me here on Thursdays playing everyone's favorite, formerly stoically silent cleric. And also, I'm starting to sell my own jewelry now, so you can find me at Magpie Finds on Instagram. I'm going to be doing 2 craft shows in the Delaware area I will be posting about soon, and yeah, go ahead and follow that